O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for the peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspiration of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, or NTPC, provides an essential service to residents and businesses in the Northwest Territories. Without reliable electricity, many of the activities we take for granted, such as cooking, washing clothes, or using our computers, would be impossible. It is therefore critical that the corporation maintains its assets to ensure that electricity is available when it is needed and that it is delivered at an affordable rate. The vast majority of the Northwest Territories residents have their homes powered by hydroelectricity. Approximately 75% of the electricity consumed annually is generated by hydroelectricity, with the remainder generated by diesel, liquefied natural gas, or solar. Members, we have heard my predecessors and I refer frequently to aging infrastructure and the challenges it creates in maintaining reliability of supply. Many of NTPC's key assets, particularly its hydro units, are reaching the end of their design life. The Snare and Tulston hydro assets have provided renewable energy to Northwest Territories residents and businesses for many decades. NTPC has been able to extend the life of these assets through maintenance and repair, but has now reached a point where refurbishment or replacement can no longer be delayed. Reliability will continue to decline if we don't make significant capital investments soon. The long-term benefit of investments in hydro refurbishments is that these units can then generate clean, reliable electricity for another 40-50 years. The long-term health of our hydro system is critical to stabilizing the cost of energy across the Northwest Territories. However, we need to manage decisions within an environment of limited resources. NTPC has an extensive capital plan to improve reliability of core assets and support reduction of greenhouse gas emissions as per the 2030 energy strategy. Many necessary projects will financially be supported by the Government of Canada through its Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, or ICIP. NTPC has been allocated over $85 million through ICIP to advance several hydro refurbishments as well as other alternatives and renewable energy projects. Given a limited window of opportunity to ensure federal funding support, we recognize that it's far more cost-effective to move forward with projects now rather than face ongoing emergency repairs for equipment failures. We recognize that ICIP funding will only particularly offset the costs of these capital investments. Customers and/or ratepayers will be responsible for paying 25% more of these costs, which place upward pressure on the cost of energy. NTPC is working with the Department of Infrastructure to identify other sources of funding to help mitigate energy costs increases and to defer non-essential projects. NTPC has developed a strategic plan to ensure it maintains its focus on lowering electricity rates, improving reliability, and meeting its 2030 energy strategy commitments. The plan is based on 4 pillars: reliability, economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and innovation. It outlines NTPC's approach to addressing these challenges and identifies potential growth opportunities. There will be some additional short-term capital costs that NTPC will incur, but over the longer term, the strategic plan will help reduce upward pressure on rates. This plan will be shared with members and the public later in the year. This government understands that high cost of living is a major concern for N.W.T. residents. Through the 2030 energy strategy and NTPC's strategic and capital plans, we remain focused on our government's priority to lower the cost of power increase the use of alternative and renewable energy whenever possible. Kuya-naini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has affected us all, and the pandemic highlighted why meeting those mandated commitments are so important. As global supply chains have been disrupted and economic activities has been restricted, the need for local source food has become even more valuable. Northern harvesters and trappers have been deeply impacted by COVID-19. The economic livelihood has been affected, which is an important part of Northern culture. That is why now, more than ever, we need to support harvesting and land-based programs. Mr. Speaker, I stood here during the last sitting and announced that the Government of Northwest Territories, through the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, had launched 3 new programs in the fall of 2020, aimed at supporting both families in need and harvesters during the pandemic. These programs included a country food harvesting subsidy, harvesting training, and mentorship funding, and the launch of the Take a Family on the Land program. I'm proud to say that the Department of Environment and Natural Resources was able to support all eligible applications received under these programs and provided an estimated $340,000 to harvesters and trappers. The funding was distributed to just over 20 organizations across the territory. But we are not done. From ongoing programs such as Take a Family on the Land program, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources plans to reach out to the partners organizations this year to ask for feedback so that they can do an even better job next year. For the new pilot Trappers Mentorship Program, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources is working with interested regional Indigenous governments to collaborate on the development of the program to best meet regional needs. We're working hard towards launching this pilot project in the coming weeks. As for our fur industry, Northwest Territories trappers are well positioned and protected from the ongoing market disruption throughout the government of Northwest Territories. Through the government of the Northwest Territories Genuine Mackenzie Valley Fur Program. In 2020, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources increased both eligible and grub stakes amounts to offset the challenges trappers face due to the recent turndown in the fur industry. We will continue to communicate with trappers to show our support for the industry. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources is also continuing to work with our partners to evaluate the existing programs and develop harvester mentorship programs that support a strong and resilient traditional economy. Mr. Speaker, it's been a tough year for harvesters and trappers. The Northwest Territories traditional economy can and will continue to endure thanks to the hard work of these individuals. The Government of Northwest Territories will continue to stand with harvesters and trappers and support them as part of our efforts to boost the traditional economy, create employment opportunities in small communities, and increase food security for the Northwest Territories residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March is Nutrition Month, and I would like everyone to join me in celebrating next week. It is a time to highlight the importance of accessing and eating healthy food. The theme this year is Good for You. Dietitians help you find your healthy. Dietitians support individuals to reach their nutrition goals, both to prevent poor health and to improve their overall wellness. I'm encouraging residents to find their healthy by talking to dietitians if they have access to one. There are other sources of good dietary information, including traditional harvesters and healthy food experts in their communities who may be able to offer support and guidance in making wholesome food choices. Nutritious eating looks different for everyone. Our culture and traditions are an important part of what we eat and how we eat. Mr. Speaker, I can't talk about Nutrition Month without talking about food insecurity. It is a major issue in the N.W.T. High transportation costs, rising food prices, along with changing environmental conditions that affect wildlife harvesting are compounding this issue. Food is a vital part of culture, well-being, and health. Food security is essential to our ability to make healthy choices and live our best lives. Research consistently shows the link between wholesome food choices and healthy eating. Having access to affordable and nutritious food is a vital determinant in improving the health and well-being of people and communities. Mr. Speaker, addressing food insecurity is a priority for this government. We identified it in our mandate and have committed to increasing food security through efforts to support locally produced, harvested, and affordable food. It is also a key priority in our anti-poverty action plan. We have taken a whole-of-government approach to this issue through the establishment of the Food Security Interdepartmental Working Group to ensure collaboration to address this important issue. Through our renewed Territorial Anti-Poverty Action Plan, Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan, and the Agricultural Strategy, we have begun work to support residents in accessing local sources of fresh food and ensure future generations have the skills they need to feed their families. Mr. Speaker, we have taken action to improve food security by introducing new and enhanced programs to support harvesters and families going out on the land. A total of $330,000 in funding was provided for regional harvesting, a training and mentorship program, a pilot program for trapper mentorship, and assisting families to go out on the land. We continue to deliver the small-scale foods program in each of the regions of the territory to assist in non-commercial growing and production of food. This program helps underserved, remote communities and organizations operating within them to get the resources they need to support and promote local agriculture. We also offer funding to eligible organizations in their efforts to improve food security in their communities through a variety of programs. Mr. Speaker, we know that addressing food security is a shared responsibility that requires a coordinated response from both the public and private sectors. It is important that we come together to identify priorities, challenges, and most importantly, solutions to develop a path forward in our approach to improving food security. In January, the Department of Health and Social Services hosted a virtual anti-poverty roundtable to continue this important work. Over 80 delegates from across the territory, representing Indigenous governments and organizations, community governments, non-governmental organizations, and businesses, including local grocers and agricultural producers, discussed how to improve food security. Experts from the N.W.T, British Columbia, Northern Manitoba, and Nunavut shared their knowledge and experiences on harvesting and local food production, with the goal of providing long-term solutions to food insecurity that addresses underlying issues and empower people to provide for themselves. They talked about innovative projects that are leading the way in developing healthy food systems here in the North, as well as across the country. Representatives from the N.W.T also provided an overview of the government's work on improving food security. Short panel discussions were followed by longer breakout sessions where delegates had an opportunity to discuss what they learned, as well as share their thoughts and experiences. Delegates discussed how to build strong and sustainable systems so that hungry people had access to wholesome and affordable food. They talked about finding ways to include traditionally harvested food in local grocery stores and how to develop community-specific, culturally adapted harvesting strategies and practices to strive towards Indigenous food security. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Anti-Poverty Advisory Committee members for helping to plan the roundtable, all the presenters, and those who shared their experiences. Thank you also to all the delegates who attended. I hope everyone left with a shared commitment to creating a sustainable, healthy food system for their communities and the territory. The N.W.T is currently working on a report summarizing what was discussed at the round table. I'm looking forward to sharing the report with members and making it available on the Anti-Poverty website later this summer. Mr. Speaker, we all have a role to play in addressing poverty in the N.W.T so that residents have access to supports they need to live in dignity with access to the basics of food and shelter so they can be full participants in their families and communities. Our commitment to ensuring residents have access to nutritious, affordable food is a critical component in advancing our poverty reduction goals. The government will continue to actively collaborate with our partners to develop shared approaches and find innovative solutions so that we can move forward as an equitable and healthy territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, member statements, member statements, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about the incentive to work. Due to COVID, we have seen the economic and business opportunities put on hold or disappear. The federal government, along with this government, has provided financial support to the residents and businesses of the N.W.T and continue to do so during this difficult time. Payments made to those who have been chronically unemployed but were very capable of working acted as a disincentive to seek or accept employment, while others leveraged it as a stopgap and opportunity to move forward. Mr. Speaker, what I find in the N.W.T is that most people of working age who want to work are currently employed. This is true in Yellowknife and the regional centres where opportunities actually exist. In smaller communities, employment opportunities are limited and almost non-existent for some. Any opportunity for employment in a smaller community is mostly short-term and negatively impacts any government support one receives for basic needs. Because of this, there is not the incentive to accept temporary employment when one knows it will only set you back financially. It is in these communities where a living wage should be considered. Mr. Speaker, I have talked to employers in the private sector and many have the same concern. And that concern is that we are enabling a generation of people who have come to accept that living on government programs is not only acceptable, but is now considered a way of life and a right. I do believe that there are people who are experiencing hardship, have limited opportunities, and do need government support, and providing that support to them is the right thing to do. However, there are those out there that are very capable, but for one reason or another are not interested in joining the workforce, seeking training or higher education. This failing not only falls on the shoulder of those not wanting or willing to work, it also falls on our shoulders and the shoulders of parents and the community as well. Mr. Speaker, my expectation and hope is that all capable people are willing to get out of bed in the morning and be productive. but that is living in fantasy land, as there are a few who are very capable and, for whatever reason, have no intention of ever doing that. I do hope that there is a way to get them out of bed, off the sofa, off the games, off the cell phone, and out to work. Therefore, I challenge them. What will it take for that to happen? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement today is on mental health in the small communities. A lot of people are hurting, from depression to all the deaths that we've been having over the last year, to the bullying, and it all comes into it's a cycle. We have to step up as a government, Mr. Speaker, in regards to, I asked a couple of weeks ago to, like how I used to do it with the youth. I used to travel and I'd bring a professional hockey instructor or something to come into the community, and we'd work with go to the school, and you'd do school talks, and you'd feed them. And you're there for 3 or 4 days, and then, but we do that 3 times a year, then you never come back. For our adults, we need help in regards to sharing circles, to bringing people into professionals that could listen, that could help them in regards to the hurt that has been passed on, through residential schools and all that. And as an Aboriginal person, going to residential school myself, I hang on to that sometime, and I don't use it as a crutch, though. I use it to push myself forward. I try to look at things in a positive light, and trying to help with adults again, with getting teams like brought in with some specialists in regards to being able to hear people's concerns and try to fix the problem, and bring them in for 2 or 3 times a year, maybe 4 times if it's possible, to the community. Having somebody there to let them know that they're not alone and we're listening to them. Our government has to step up in regards to that. They've been doing a lot of good work. The teams that I see that are going around with the needles in the planes, they should be doing that now with people, bringing people in to deal and cope with all the stuff that communities are dealing with. We're having a tough time, Mr. Speaker. The communities I represent need help in regards to this, and I plan to be using that once we're able to start bringing people out into the communities when we're accepted to come and help them. But we have to look at, as an assembly, the people you all represent have to step up and ask your MLA for help in regards to doing something like this. And I look forward to talking to the Minister of Health at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having a computer issue. Could you move on? Thank you.
Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to speak once again about the issues pertaining to the Fort Smith Regional Airport. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 4th time that I have done a member statement about this topic in this Assembly. I spoke at length about the discontent and disappointment that the people of Fort Smith have about the changes done to the Fort Smith Regional Airport. Oftentimes, though, it seems my words fall upon deaf ears when it comes to this topic. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to share with this House that I am no longer the only voice opposing the changes done to the Fort Smith Regional Airport. I stand here today with the support of 550 people who agree with me and what I've been saying about the changes done to our airport. Mr. Speaker, last month a petition was started by a small group of concerned Fort Smith residents. The petition is requesting that the Government of the Northwest Territories, Department of Infrastructure, restore the Fort Smith Airport runway to its former specifications. In other words, return the airport runway to the specifications it was before any changes were done to it in 2019. Mr. Speaker, this government, primarily the Department of Infrastructure, refuses to acknowledge that any errors or missteps had occurred regarding the changes done to the Fort Smith Airport runway. I've asked the former infrastructure minister this very question. It was firmly denied that any wrongdoing had occurred. Well, Mr. Speaker, I now have 550 people who disagree with the Department of Infrastructure in that assessment. I argue that wrongdoing has taken place, otherwise the people of Fort Smith would be pleased and perfectly content with the changes done to our airport. If no missteps were made, then why am I standing here today with the backing of 550 signatures who state otherwise? In closing, Mr. Speaker, my hope with delivering this petition today is that my words on this topic will now carry more weight and meaning. I hope everyone will see that I am not speaking for myself and my own opinion about the Fort Smith Airport. I will speak more about this later when I present the petition. I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements, member statements, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, mining, oil and gas dominated the Northwest Territories economy by accounting directly for 21% of the overall GDP in the North. However, when we look at the spin-off industries and benefits, this number is much closer to 40% of our economy. There has been a significant downturn in mining exploration spending due to COVID restrictions. Many exploration companies have been able to retain claims, but are not able to do any work, as access is cost prohibitive and will be so into the foreseeable future. The mining industry continues to be at risk. Exploration companies don't qualify for federal initiatives as they aren't revenue generating and are seasonally driven, which does not fit well with the year-to-year comparisons used to qualify. Exploration is the lifeblood of mining. Mines need exploration companies to develop new projects and extend the life of existing operations. Without federal recognition and help, many exploration companies will not survive. Our government should be advocating for all companies with active exploration and mining operations in the Northwest Territories to qualify for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy or any subsequent programs, regardless of the 30% revenue reduction requirement. As a result of the decline in the industry, service and supply companies, many of which are northern or Indigenous small businesses, are losing out. Existing mines have been cutting back on capital projects, removing or indefinitely deferring items from their work plans. Government-mandated COVID-19 safety measures are driving up costs and reducing the already very thin profit margins for businesses that are already struggling. Last year, mining companies adapted very quickly to COVID-19. For example, sending staff from vulnerable communities home with pay and chartering direct flights to ensure southern workers are segregated from northerners during travel. They are good corporate citizens who contribute a lot to the North, and as such, they deserve our support. While the future of the mineral sector in the North is facing great uncertainty, as it is throughout the world, diamond mines have shown their ability to endure and project well beyond 25 years. This is exemplified by a global industry where diamond mining has been ongoing since the 1800s. With the right supports given to the exploration sector in the Northwest Territories, we can provide our residents with economic certainty through well-paying, meaningful jobs and an abundance of royalty payments, particularly in the arena of green industry minerals. It is in that arena I see the N.W.T playing for a very long time to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements, member statements, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. After 50 years of existence, the Canadian Arctic Resources Committee, or CARC, is ceasing operation. CARC is a public interest, research and advocacy organization committed to environmentally responsible northern development, support for the rights of Indigenous peoples, respect for the authority of northern governments, and increased international cooperation in the circumpolar world. It was established in 1971 in direct response to the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline proposal and the Berger inquiry. In addition to research and policy analysis, CARC's activities include public communication, advocacy, contributions to the public policy agenda, and publishing books and reports. CARC often acts as an intervener, facilitator, and data repository. It has facilitated significant conferences on the Arctic. CARC is a registered charity operating under federal law. It is governed by a board of directors. To quote the current chair and N.W.T resident Lois Little, quote, "There is a tendency for organizations to just keep going. We looked at who is in the best position to influence current and future decision-making in the Arctic, and we decided others were better positioned to do this, so we decided to step aside. The North is a very different place from what it was 50 years ago. Northerners have regained a lot of control over lands and governance, and they don't need us to help them to be heard anymore." End of quote. There's still big questions out there about what sustainable development looks like in the Arctic and the impacts of international problems such as climate change and contaminants. And the Northerners have the capacity to take on these issues and to make themselves heard on national and international stages and in new ways and places that didn't exist when CARC was born. I'm proud to say that I served as CARC's research director 1995 to 2005. I set up and ran CARC's Yellowknife office and coordinated the Northern Minerals program that included interventions in Canada's first 3 diamond mines. We helped secure benefits from diamond mining, including legally binding environmental agreements, the genesis of the Protected Area Strategy, a heritage fund, and more. There are lots of mentors and great people, including Robbie Keith, Terry Fenge, Lindsay Staples, David Schindler, Tony Pennicott, and many others. Much of that work continues to be relevant today. The values and spirit of CARC continue to guide much of the work I do as a member of this Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting patiently for this Cabinet to present its post-COVID economic recovery plan, and I'm starting to think they're at a bit of a loss. And Mr. Speaker, if they're looking for ideas, they have to look no further than the great constituency of Yellowknife North, where $947 million will be spent over the next 18 years remediating the giant mine site. However, Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T seems to have absolved itself of any of the responsibility to capture the economic potential of the giant mine remediation project. This is to say nothing against the project team and ENR, who are doing an amazing job ensuring remediation is done properly from an environmental perspective. But environmental scientists are not economists, procurement experts, or lobbyists, nor should we ask them to be. If we need a model for how to build our remediation economy, look no further than what ITI does to support the mining economy. We lobby hard. We attend conferences. We have positions dedicated to supporting the sector. We mandate benefit agreements. We negotiate socio-economic agreements. We can use this project to build an industry in our territory, but we are failing to capture one of the largest economic development opportunities in our history. And it's not just Giant Mine, Mr. Speaker. It's the sumps in the Beaufort Delta, it's Cameron Hills, it's Norman Wells, it's Ptarmigan Mine, and hundreds of other federal contaminated sites across the north. There are decades of work to be done, and we need to demand a larger role in doing it. Mr. Speaker, we need to be at the Federal Treasury Board asking for northern labor requirements or management of some of the contracts. We need to be monitoring the socioeconomic outcomes of the projects and reporting that data. We need to train the next generation of specialists in our polytechnic. Mr. Speaker, the Giant Mine Oversight Board has been advocating for this work since 2016 with little success from either, and a response from either the N.W.T or the federal government. The YKDFN have recently launched a petition calling on the federal government to comply. Remediating the North's contaminated sites is an act of reconciliation, a massive economic driver, and leaves a better future for next generations. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get a plan in place and build a remediation economy that makes the North leaders in Canadian remediation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, aftercare is prevention. It helps residents successfully navigate life outside treatment to reduce cyclical use of institutional care and maintain personal wellness. I say wellness and not sobriety, Mr. Speaker, because aftercare is not exclusive to addictions treatment. Aftercare is the network of relationships and community support essential to success after institutional care. The N.W.T invests a significant amount of money in the wellness of residents through a variety of institutional care. For example, the N.W.T budgeted $35 million on supportive living in facilities outside the N.W.T, $28 million to provide safe custody and supervision of adult and youth offenders, almost $19 million on community wellness and addictions, and over $2 million on addictions treatment facilities outside the N.W.T. That's over $84 million invested in variations of institutional care budgeted in the 2021 main estimates. While the purpose of care varies, the aftercare goal is the same: safe and healthy reintegration into a person's home community rooted in personal and community wellness. Regardless of what is driving the need, whether it is to maintain sobriety after addictions treatment or remain on the right side of the law after incarceration, the pillars that build effective aftercare are the same: stable housing, consistent income, and physical and mental wellness of both the resident and their family. People working to maintain sobriety after treatment often experience ongoing systemic issues that challenge their ability to maintain personal wellness. They have difficulty finding a job that can support them, face barriers to secure safe and affordable housing, and struggle to find their fit within their community and family. People leaving our correctional facilities and those with cognitive disabilities returning from institutional care face the same barriers. Our vulnerable populations are the most expensive people to not care for and may potentially cycle through government care without proper support. So if aftercare needs are consistent, why not bring together an aftercare team focused on wellness to preserve the N.W.T's investment in the quality of life of Northerners and its bottom line? Sourcing safe and stable housing, helping people find meaningful employment and community involvement, and establishing community-based support networks are absolutely an additional investment, but they are more affordable than cycles that find people reinstitutionalized and ultimately lead to healthier communities, and that is an investment worth making. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nolan Suture Trooper arrived in Iqaluit in 1974, soon assigned duties as a classroom teacher at the Nakasuk Elementary School, followed by tenure as vice principal at the said school. Beginning in 1978, he served as the principal at N.W.T School in Sanikileoak, immersively enjoying the lifestyle of the small traditional community, fishing for cod in Hudson Bay, watching the community boat arrive on the beach after a successful walrus hunt, observing the landing of the plane on the ice in 1978 with a herd of 60 reindeer on board, replacing a vanished caribou to be released and hunted in the future years. Listen to the excitement when a polar bear was spotted near the community, and standing amazing by the talents of the skilled soapstone carvers. In 1984, the family moved westward to Fort Simpson. During his time, he served as the principal and later was hired by the Detroit Divisional Education Counselor as director. Here below the tree line, he spent many weekends cutting deadfall, stacking firewood, and preparing for the winter. He enjoyed outdoor trips, navigating the Detroit River, loving every minute of the peaceful and pristine landscape while harvesting fish, camping, hunting moose and caribou. During his tenure as educator, he engaged in various projects with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment in Yellowknife, served on the ECE Strategic Plan Steering Committee, ECE Teachers Training Steering Committee, ECE's Financial Steering Committee, Principal Certification Program, Western Arctic Directors and Superintendent's President, Association of School Board Administrators. He was invited to sit at the negotiating table for N.W.T contractual agreements in 2009. He was recognized by his peers, awarded the N.W.T SA Distinguished Service Award. He demonstrated an ongoing, lifelong love of learning, always engaging in novel information and acquiring new skills. Hobbies included stained glass, photography and film development, woodwork, fix-it projects and music. That which he learned, he passed on to the students and community members. He was accepting, fun-loving, friendly, always there to lend a helping hand. He valued lasting relationships formed during his 36 years in the North. He was an honorable man, Mr. Speaker, holding himself to high standards and remained true to himself and his beliefs. Centered to his life, and most important to were his three girls, his wife Fanny, daughter Sharon, and granddaughter Trinity. He was deeply loved and will be sorely missed by everybody that knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these questions are for the Minister of Education. Can the Minister tell me what his department's plan or approach is to getting those who are very capable but not willing to work off the couch and into the workforce using the tools at his disposal? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for River South. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The N.W.T has the highest employment rate, the lowest unemployment rate in Canada, but it's not evenly distributed. We have communities where everyone who wants to work is working, and then you have small communities where there's people who might want to work, but there's no jobs. Over half our small communities have less than 50% employment. So we have a number of different problems. In regards to the people who don't want to get off the couch, well, that's a tough one. How do you motivate them? I think that the best way to start is to start young. ECE is doing a number of things, including career and education advisors, to help young people figure out what they want to do with their lives. Show them what opportunities are available, what education they will need to get there, and all of that. And I think that is going to be a boon to our labor market in the coming years. There are a number of different things that we're doing, but the member provided his questions to me earlier, and I think that I'll be able to provide more of those comments as he asks them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what concerns me is that if we cannot motivate those N.W.T residents not willing to work, then this government, along with business, are forced to recruit from not only outside the N.W.T, but outside Canada. Can the Minister confirm what labour shortages exist in the N.W.T and how we expect to encourage Northerners to fill them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for River South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always remember when I was a relatively new MLA and the Premier stood up at that time and said, there's more jobs than people to fill them in the territory. And I never really thought about it that way, but that really is the truth. That's why we bring in thousands of people a year to do work. What we really need to do is ensure that our northern residents are trained to get those jobs. We might still need people from the south, we likely will, but that's okay as long as we're keeping money in the north and northern people are working. In 2015, the ECE completed with the Conference Board of Canada a labour market forecast, and at that time it was forecasted that between 2015 and 2030 there would be 28,500 job openings in the Northwest Territories. We're doing the work now to update that to 2035, and interestingly enough, we're also looking at doing the work that we already did, but also focusing on new and emerging economies, things like infrastructure projects, housing construction projects, tourism and knowledge economy, and mining and remediation. They fit in nicely with things like the earth resources specialization of the new Polytechnic. So there's a big labor shortage. We know we need tradespeople. I could stand up here for hours talking about all the needs we have. We need teachers. We bring in hundreds of teachers every year from the south. So you're not going to get an argument from me that there's a labor shortage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, employers are frustrated. They try and employ Northerners, but most are working, and some of those who are capable and available refuse to work. What, if any, incentives does the Minister's Department have to encourage people to get out and take a job? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for River South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of things the N.W.T as a whole does. Supplementing wages is one thing so that employees can be paid a higher wage, things like our wage top-up program. We also have a wage subsidy program through ECE that supports employers who hire people who might need training. So we help those kind of people who need the training, who maybe don't have the opportunities to get the big jobs yet. We are developing a Polytechnic University in order to help train people to get the jobs they want. And the plan is to make it as easy and accessible for people to get educated and get trained as we can. We have a small community employment program where we hand out millions of dollars every year to communities and businesses to create jobs in communities. So there's a number of things that we're doing. I wish there was a silver bullet to address this issue, but there's not, and we are casting a wide net. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, don't get me wrong. Not all people who are unemployed are lazy. Some just need a chance. I also expect some need to be challenged, as they must possess skills if they can survive off the little government support they receive or funds they receive from their parents. I would ask the Minister if there is any way we can have those capable people provide community service or work with employers in return for the monetary compensation they receive, so they can acquire skills and possibly find out what interests them and hopefully move forward with their life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do have, like I mentioned, the small community employment program, which does just that. It puts money into communities to create jobs. I'll also note that this is one of the reasons that I wanted to have a look and a review of the income assistance program. The member mentioned a few times that maybe it's easier to not work than to work, and perhaps that's keeping people on the couch, so to say. So are there a way that we can use those programs to help people get past that point, get over the welfare wall, as they say? So that's something else that we're doing. Again, there's a number of wage subsidy programs. So we have our Skills for Success initiative, which is focusing on increasing the number of people in trades, and there are programs in there that help pair employers with apprentices and get people into those programs. So, basically, the member's asking is what does ECE do? Everything we do is to try and get people employed, get them into the labour market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May the 27th, 2020, I asked the former infrastructure minister about what specific directions were given to our government from the federal government about the Fort Smith Airport changes. This minister told me that Transport Canada provided this direction in a form of updated standards and regulations for airport runways. The former minister also offered to share these Transport Canada standards with me. My question is, will our current infrastructure minister commit to sharing with me these standards, along with any information regarding previous Fort Smith Airport runway standards? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the aerodrome standards and recommendations, which is also known as TP 312, is a public document. And as a result of that, yes, I will have my office forward the PDF copy of this Transport Canada document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the airport runway standards are only changed by the federal government, which is the entity who sets the standards by which airports are designed and operated. Can the minister clarify whether the government of the Northwest Territories requested that the Fort Smith Airport runway standards be changed, or were the change of standards initiated solely by the federal government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, changes to the aerodrome standards and recommendations are initiated by Transport Canada in consultation with Canadian Aviation Regulation Advisory Council. They apply to the entire country, and they are not specific to any airport. The Transport Canada works with International Civil Aviation Organization to maintain global consistency, so any airline or pilot proceeding to an airport with Transport Canada certification know the airport environment, complies with both national and international standards, and they know what to expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister explain how how often reviews of airport infrastructure are done in the N.W.T. Are reviews done periodically within a set time frame, or are they done subjectively based on the decisions of the minister and the government of the day? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, airport reviews are done regularly, and they're generally done in conjunction with some of the capital planning processes and when the department is planning any major upgrades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure insists that the changes done to the Fort Smith Airport addresses both the current and future operational needs of the airport. If that is indeed the case, can the minister explain then why the entire leadership of Fort Smith, along with 550 citizens, disagrees with this statement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people need to realize that the type of aircraft that the airport is certified has not changed. The Fort Smith Airport is still classified as a Category 3B airport, which is large enough to accommodate aircraft such as a Boeing 737 or an Airbus A320 series. These aircrafts do not currently land in Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My member statement today was needing help in our small communities for mental health issues. As Minister of Health, is she willing to work with us, regular members, and myself in particular, to get these teams into the communities to assist our local people that need help in our small communities, remote communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that mental health is an important and challenging issue, and there are, in fact, resources available right in the community. The Child and Youth Counselor position at Mangalalak School is filled, and it's available to anyone who needs the help. There are some vacancies in the community counseling program, but we have, as the member may know, recently taken a new approach to community counseling so that there aren't wait lists. He mentioned children, and I have a few things to say about children. The Kids Helpline is available to children and youth. It's available by phone. It's available by text. It's available by Facebook Messenger. It's available by live chat online. And so it's a great resource. There's a lot there for kids. I also want to mention the Strongest Families Institute app. This is something that people can obtain a referral to through community counseling program. And as I mentioned in my statement yesterday, there have been very good reviews about how helpful the counselors are in that program. The Breathing Room app, which will be the next of our 5 mental health initiatives, will be live on April the 1st, and it is specifically for youth with anxiety and depression. And then finally, I want to promote the N.W.T magazine, which I sat here and read yesterday afternoon. It comes out of Inuvik. The 3rd issue is all about mental health. It has first-person accounts of how people are coping with mental health challenges and how they're moving themselves into wellness. And I don't know where to obtain that magazine from, but I'm sure that the people in the Delta are familiar with this magazine. Award-winning, literacy award-winning magazine produced in Inuvik, focusing on mental health this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Speaker. Regards to, it sounds all good on paper and what we're providing in regards to services. We have a shortage of counselors in our community. The one counselor, she phoned me, the other night and dealing with issues that coming up in our communities. But I'm not only talking about Tuck, I'm talking about N.W.T as a whole, YELLOWKNIFE, Sax Harbor, Paultuck. We need a person, like I said, to come in, or a team to come in to work with the community on, the depression, the alcoholism, everything, anything that they want to talk about to get off their chest. We need help. Brought up before, we don't have laptops for everybody. Not everybody has laptops and iPads and access to stuff like that. But I really look forward to try to work with this minister to try to help our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, helping communities and residents is what I'm here for. And I hear the member when he says not everybody has the tools to access Facebook, telephone numbers, and so on. There are some accommodations available through the health centre with respect to using the phone, as I understand it. Where communities don't have resident councillors, there is a traveling team that comes in from time to time with assistance and sees people over a more intense period. I don't know if they would consider sending those teams to N.W.T. I'm not sure how well staffed the resources are there, but that's something I could certainly inquire about. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. That traveling team that she just brought up, they should be sent into all communities other than like the central locations, because the smaller communities are needing it. You know that, Mr. Speaker. You live in a small community. What we have to do is we have to start trying to help them in regards to try to heal them and trying to move forward. And because this COVID-19, it's been hard on everybody. And I want to thank again the Minister. And when are we going to get these travel teams into N.W.T. since she brought it up? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, but I don't have that operational level of detail with me. What I can do, what I said I would do, is inquire about when the traveling teams might be available to go to the communities in N.W.T. And I will do that on an expedited basis so that the member has that information. Thank you.
Minister, final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to meet with the Minister on the sidebar in regards to working together for small communities and try to do a plan like how I used to do it back in 17th Assembly, bringing people into the community as an MLA and traveling with them and to assist them and to help them. So I look forward to working with the Minister, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always available to the member for N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. The Employment Standards Act attempts to carefully balance the rights of workers and the interests of employers. Recently, I had a constituent raise concerns about how a simple complaint has taken more than 4 months to get sorted out. Can the Minister tell us whether response times are actually tracked for Employment Standards Act complaints, and can he share a summary of that information now? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are service standards that have been developed for the Employment Standards Office, and those relate to how long between making a complaint or an inquiry and receiving a call back. The length of time between a complaint being made and a decision is not something that has traditionally been tracked. There's a wide variety of factors that determine how long a complaint would take to finalize or come to a decision. There's complaints that take one phone call to be decided upon, and then there's complaints that take months, and it's feasible there could be complaints that take years. because there are so many variables. Sometimes even the complaint itself, the two parties don't agree on. So that number isn't something that's been tracked, but the Employment Standards Office in 1920, so from 2019 to 2020, there were 80 complaints received, and there were 119 payroll inspections, which is something they do. In 2018-19, there were 79 complaints, and there were 80 payroll inspections, and in 17-18, there were 103 complaints and 39 payroll inspections. So there was an increase in the payroll inspections, and that's because of increased in the N.T. nominee program applications, and those go hand in hand. At the same time, there was a vacancy for a year, so there, as well as slowdowns because people were working from home and it's difficult to do investigations that way. So there was a backlog that started building up beginning in 2020 and was exacerbated by an increase in payroll inspection applications later in the year. So that could account for some of these delays that the member is talking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that information. I was trying to scribble it down, but I'll catch it and answer. But the Minister did mention that there are service standards for the employment standards section of the department. I'm wondering, can the Minister tell us whether he can share those service standards with us as regular MLAs and perhaps even post it to the website, because there's no information whatsoever about that on the website. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, it's a public document. I'm sure it's available somewhere in hard copy, possibly. Maybe it's up in the offices, I'm not sure. But I'll make sure that it is nice and visible so the member can find it, and I will share it directly with him as well. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. It's great to hear yes a few times. So I look forward to getting that information and seeing it on the website. But there doesn't appear to be any public reporting requirements under the Employment Standards Act, unlike other territorial legislation such as the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act or other laws where complaints and decisions are made. Can the Minister find a way to make public, perhaps on an annual basis, the response times and other basic administrative information, such as the number of complaints and their outcomes under the Employment Standards Act? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just saw the member's questions earlier today, and I already started those conversations with the department to figure out if there's a way that we can get that information public. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, and I look forward to a full report from him on how he's going to make that information public. Lastly, though, it's not clear how many employees there are that handle Employment Standards Act administration and complaints, and how staffing and resource needs are assessed. Can the Minister explain how staffing and resourcing needs are determined for the administration of the Employment Standards Act? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like anything, we look at what's the need and weigh all of the different competing priorities across the N.W.T, and we staff accordingly. So right now there's a manager in the office who's also an employment standards officer. There's 3 inspectors, and there is a finance, collections and information officer. And in 2020, one of the inspector positions was vacant, and for the last 6 months or so of 2020, the finance position was also vacant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that ENR is the project lead on the giant mine and is, leading much of our remediation work, but there's a bit of a conflict of interest at heart when the arm of government that is responsible for oversight and regulating contaminated sites, if I also ask them to advocate on behalf of the companies to capture benefits that they're regulating. So I'd like to understand what our industry ministry is doing to build a remediation economy. My first question for the Minister of ITI is, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and our post-COVID economic recovery plan, is the Minister willing to make building a remediation economy one of the pillars of that plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, remediation has been, is, and will be an important part of our economy in the Northwest Territories. It doesn't need to be said any differently than that. It doesn't need to be any way fancier than that. That's just a fact. And we're already doing much work in that regard. I think already earlier today another minister mentioned the importance of training and education in that respect. And Mr. Speaker, there's no reason why, in fact, ENR would be anything other than supportive of that. This is one government, and we're all prepared to support this work and act with one voice. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it's myself or my colleague that is speaking to this question, we're all joined that this is an important area that the government of the Northwest Territories as a whole needs to be aware of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope, in fact, we can have our entire territory speak with one voice. And I think a great way to start doing that is that it's currently a petition tabled by our MP for the territory on behalf of the Yellowknife Dene First Nation, calling for apology and compensation for Giant Mine, as well as supporting the Yellowknife's Dene to develop the skills necessary to work on remediation contracts, as well as conduct long-term monitoring at the former site. I think this is a very reasonable petition, a reasonable ask to make sure that, we do remediation right in this territory. So my question for the Minister is she willing to add her signature to that petition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have learned that once one becomes a minister, one kind of ceases to be an individual, and you pretty much stay a minister all the time. As a result, Mr. Speaker, I think if the member's asking if I would personally sign, that's a conversation I'm happy to have over a coffee. But I think what the question is what's the position of the government? Mr. Speaker, the government's also a proponent on this project. We are a co-proponent on the project. So what I have done, though, is looking carefully at what's on the petition. And again, with respect to developing the skills necessary for the Yellowknife Dene to develop the skills necessary, well, that should be a question that's directed at EC&E. I'm sure they're listening just as intently as every other department. We have a responsibility ourselves to help support the Yellowknife Dene to have those skills. Again, with respect to procurement approaches, procurement is the responsibility of the federal government on the Giant Mine project, but we're co-proponents, so we're continuing to engage with our partners at the federal government level and to ensure that we are doing everything we can and making sure that they are doing everything they can to abide by the socioeconomic agreements, to abide by positive procurement practices. So to the extent that there's concerns and questions being raised here, there's a responsibility on our end to look at them, to engage with the Yellowknife Dene First Nation, and that's the route that I'll be taking to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to hear that the Minister has lost her individual identity. I quite like her as a person, and I was looking forward to seeing that signature. I'm glad the Minister mentioned procurement, because I think what's happened is that due to the federal government being charged with procurement on this, the N.W.T has kind of stepped back on the economic recovery role. But despite numerous requests from the Giant Mine Oversight Board to have the federal government, kind of understand the North and understand our labor needs, the federal government has also kind of stepped away from capturing northern benefits here. So I think a new approach to how the Giant Mine procurement is going is needed. Has the Minister approached the Treasury Board or CERNAC or the appropriate federal agency about either allowing N.W.T to take on a portion of the contracts or getting some northern labor requirements into those contracts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, again, it is ENR that is the lead on behalf of the Government of Northwest Territories in terms of engaging and leading our role in this project. But again, working closely with ITI. And even before knowing that this might become a topic today, it turns out the Minister of ENR and I had actually been talking about the project, ensuring that he and I would have a chance to meet in the near future to check in on the role of the N.W.T, what we are doing to ensure that Northerners are seeing themselves reflected in this project. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the procurement process here is one that is governed by the federal component, by the federal partners. But for the moment, Mr. Speaker, the project does have the following targets: northern employment of 55 to 70%, a minimum of 10 northern apprentices are part of the implementation phase. Expenditures are supposed to be at 65 to 75%. These are targets that were finalized not quite a year ago. So, Mr. Speaker, and they're being reported on publicly. There's different phases of the project, Mr. Speaker. There's different opportunities along the way to adjust. So again, not to understate the fact that the procurement process here is a federal one. We are at the table, we are involved, and Minister VNR and I are also going to be re-engaging and continuing to engage to make sure that we have our voices at these tables on behalf of Northerners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make sure to ask questions to ENR on this matter at another time. But part of the reason of my concern is that I know many of the people on the project team, and I know the work they're doing, it's great, but there's clearly an environmental focus there, as there should be within ENR. And I question some of the targets in that they're targets, they're not legally binding, they're not the kind of things you would see in a socioeconomic agreement. Not that the ones the N.W.T currently has are binding either, but is the N.W.T willing to conduct some reporting of, northern labor and the socioeconomic benefits? The reporting to date, the Giant Mine Oversight Board has not been satisfied with, and I don't think we have been seeing the economic recovery benefits that we truly should be getting out of this project. So is the N.W.T willing to conduct that tracking? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think step one is going to be perhaps to bring back to the House what exactly at this stage is being tracked, and to put that forward, to have that presented. So let me start with that commitment. I expect some of these, as I said, it's largely publicly tracked, but let me make sure that everything is up to date and public, and we can look at what is being tracked in terms of northern employment, skill level, status, residential status, whether one is a resident of the territories or not, the training components, number of suppliers, contract dollar value, so on and so forth, all of which is being tracked, and then work back if there's something else within that that's not adequate and not up to task. Because again, the N.W.T is involved. We are on the Giant Mine remediation team. So if as a member of that team we're being told that the tracking that's happening, the publication that's happening is not satisfactory, well yes, I want to make sure that we fix that, but I want to make sure that I'm fixing the right thing. So I'll get that to the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, and then we can see if that is not satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are also for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Can the Minister maybe characterize what the decline in mining operations have been in the Northwest Territories due to COVID, and maybe provide a bit of an estimate of the total number of companies that are expected to work on their mineral claims this upcoming fiscal year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all but one of the three diamond mines obviously remained in operation, and as of last month, the third one has come back online. So the major contributors to our to our mineral resource industry have managed to operate through COVID-19 through strenuous efforts undertaken to be compliant, to protect their workers, which I really cannot understate. As far as the exploration side, Mr. Speaker, we have 6 advanced projects, all of which have been at least partially, if not fully active. It's the smaller explorers and the smaller exploration companies who have, as I believe the member noted in her statement, really struggled more. Now, of course, there is an exemption for mineral resource sector workers, and some have been able to operate, but that certainly is one area that has struggled in the last year. That said, for 2021, Mr. Speaker, we are expecting higher levels of activity. In particular, I'll highlight there's a gold operator, North 60 Mining. They're a small-scale operator, but they are mobilizing to be ready to go for 2021. So we are expecting an uptick in the next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to say it's good news, but glad to hear some people are still working. We have been hearing from companies that there's still a gap in the relief for some of the exploration companies that are required to do work on their claims to prove their claims, including drilling. Will the minister commit to waiving all of the mineral claim work requirements for the upcoming years until COVID restrictions are lifted? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, relief on work requirements on the mineral resource claims or mineral claims is enacted up to March 31st of this year, 2021. So quite a large number. I think just under 200, in fact, have benefited from that relief. At this point, Mr. Speaker, there's not, as I understand, necessarily a need for blanket relief. Many have been able to continue to do the work on the claim. What I will say is we're going to look at, and what we are looking at, is whether and to what extent we can be doing some case-by-case relief for those who legitimately cannot get to their claims and cannot get work done on their claims. So I will make that commitment to look into it and to see where it goes and get back to the member on what the conclusion of that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the pseudo commitment to that. I will probably follow up myself and just explain a little better what gap I'm talking about, because I do have some specific items to discuss. My next question is, what is the future of claim relief? What is the department going to do to ensure that once restrictions are lifted, we are supporting our mineral exploration sector to get back to work? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, so number one, again, looking at to what extent there can be some case-by-case relief on terms of the work requirements, but really couldn't agree more that we have good success right now with the diamond mines, some really exciting early stage exploration projects coming on, or early stage projects coming online. We do need desperately to get the exploration sector going and have it active. There is money out there. It's starting to look around to where to be spent, and we would like to see it spent in the north. This is the place, in my view, to spend it for exploration. So one of the big areas, Mr. Speaker, is the mining incentive program. We are again offering that program in 21-22. We are seeing there is an increases to the program. Again, and looking to bring in those applications for that kind of support. There were some modifications made for COVID-19, and looking at whether or not, what we can do to try to make that program more available, more flexible, considering some of the constraints that the exploration companies may be operating under. And again, last comment on that one, Mr. Speaker, we have a really excellent service, pathfinding services within ITI to help those early exploration companies, which are often smaller companies, to ensure that they have the supports they need to follow the regulatory processes here, understand them, and be ready to roll when they get here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with the Minister that the department has some really great staff to help out with the exploration industry. What I didn't hear the Minister say was that she's going to be a real loud squeaky wheel with the federal government to get more money for our mineral exploration sector, so I'll just take that as a given and I'll continue to work with her on that. My last question is, it's my understanding that a critical minerals and metals action plan is being developed for the Northwest Territories. Can the Minister comment on the timeline for the completion of this plan and any others that the department might be working on with Indigenous organizations or governments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Mr. Speaker, I have used every platform I think I've had in the last several months to talk about critical minerals and why the Northwest Territories needs to be on and is on the value chain for critical minerals, and why everyone should be paying attention to that fact. From our federal partners all the way through exploration companies. We have extremely good critical mineral resources here in the Northwest Territories, and an extremely good place in which, for those who are particularly looking at green energy, this is the place where you want to come because of the ESG factors, environmental, social, governance factors. This is the place to go. So I've been saying that loud and clear on a number of fronts. Now I get to say it here, so thank you to the member for giving me that chance. More specifically, right now, Mr. Speaker, we are part of the federal government's critical minerals and metals, Canadian Mines and Metals Plan, Mr. Speaker, one of which is a component involving critical minerals. But specifically to the Northwest Territories, we want to align with that plan. So the federal government has started it. We are looking within the next year, roughly the next 12 months, to have our own plan in line with what's happening with the federal government so that we can best utilize whatever resources they might put towards their plan. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, continuing to work with regional governments so that there can be regional mineral development plans. There are resources within ITI to support regional governments who may want to develop their own plans, and that is a great opportunity for them to learn about the industry, to make themselves accessible to the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about mining, but in a different context. And I would ask, this question will be for the Minister of ITI, and I'd ask the Premier not to jump up and try and answer. Can the Minister of ITI provide an update on where the department is with providing toilet facilities for truckers and visitors traveling Highway 1 and 3 as fuel and freight is heading to the mines? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Mr. Speaker, I read quick, but I don't read that quick. And as it is, Mr. Speaker, the member had asked me this question, or actually, I think I'd overheard him asking this question to the Premier, and so I have already gone of my own devices to inquire with the departments. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member there is a plan. I don't have the details in front of me fast enough to read it, but there is a plan. We are going to work with infrastructure in order to ensure that the toilets and outhouses are being cleaned regularly, and I will provide the details of that plan to the member in writing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this comes up, I guess, year after year, and I'm sure that next year we won't have to have this discussion because there will be a plan in place. and I hope that, every time the minister walks by a washroom, she thinks about it. So I thank her for her answer.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, I also don't want to have to answer questions about outhouses for the rest of our tenure here. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I know that infrastructure and industry tourism and ITI have been working together for years. It's not a new problem. It has become acute given what's happening with COVID-19 and some of the restrictions put on those who are such a critical part of our supply chain. I can assure the member they are being cleaned every 2 weeks. We are looking at whether or not that needs to be increased. Again, as I said, with COVID-19, had it confirmed to me that we're going to get, between ITI and infrastructure, an assessment done on patrolling the facilities to ensure that they are maintained to the standard that they should be for their use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the type of facilities we have I think they're inadequate, but we should be looking at something that's, it just seems to be between in January, February, March, when the trucking season and material and fuel is going into the mines. And what I'd like to see, and just to show some respect to the people that are, traveling the highways and trying to provide us with the services we need, is to look at a different type of facility that actually has some heat in it and has somebody cleaning it as well on a daily basis. And I would ask the minister to commit to at least taking a look at some other options that we could possibly use that would, make it a little more comfortable for the people using them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as it turns out, some work has been done in that regard. A permanent heated type facility would be about $150 per unit, and we have right now about 10 pullouts from the border to the Yellowknife. So we're looking at $1.5 million, Mr. Speaker, which while not, may not seem significant, is not insignificant and would certainly have to go through the budget planning process. So now, whether there are other options, I will certainly inquire to see the extent of the inquiries we've made and whether there's anything else that can be done. I do recognize, and not to make light of the whole situation, these people are working in our supply chain. They are providing an essential service, and certainly do take seriously that they need to have a dignified way of doing this essential work that we're asking them to do. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I'm pleased to hear the answers, and I look forward to, I guess, going forward what the department comes up with. And it's not just for truckers, or when we're finished with COVID, we're going to have visitors up here, and we get the same complaints during the summertime. So we just got to look at a better way of handling it, and whether we need one at every pull-out, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how often people have to go to the washroom, but I'm sure not too many times between the border and Yellowknife. But whatever works, I'm willing to listen to solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haverford South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, again, so it's this is another time where this is a whole of government approach. We have ITI that does the wayside parks and infrastructure that does the highway pullouts. We're conscious that there needs to be a solution, and it needs to be ready and in place before the season begins, so that we're not having to have this conversation every budget session in January or February. So, I'll certainly commit to the fact that the plan can be a little more laid out more clearly, and we will make sure to do that, as I say, well in advance of the season of next year. In the meantime, regular cleaning every 2 weeks, regular monitoring by by one or the other department, we'll sort that out, will be happening. If in fact there are truckers or others trying to use the facilities in the next while and they're having difficulty, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that it's because of COVID-19, there are 811 numbers, and to the extent that it's other matters, we certainly will we certainly will take those inquiries and figure out a solution. They are essential workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. The department's business plan identifies that they're working to develop aftercare programming with the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. I'm wondering where the department is at with this work and how soon we can expect to see a Made in the North aftercare program that includes supportive housing. Thank you.
Member for Kamloops, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. The department does indeed have a mandate commitment to establish 9 transitional housing units for individuals returning from addictions treatment. The timeline on this commitment is completion by fall of 2023. Work is underway. A jurisdictional scan, research into best practices, and a scan of existing services have all been completed. These pieces of work will be used to inform the development of an N.W.T model for these transitional homes. To achieve an item of this nature, we need to work in an integrated manner with my colleagues in Housing, ECE, MACA, and Justice. The department is currently designing an interdepartmental approach to the development of this model, and the development of the model is anticipated to happen next month, followed by consultation with stakeholders through the spring. The model will then be finalized and put in place for planning purposes by the summer of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if this review that the Minister is speaking of will also include supportive living for people with mental health and addictions, but also their families. So supportive living directed towards families. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Specific programs for individuals with mental health and addictions is out of scope for the supported living review that the member referenced. However, we do recognize that individuals may have co-occurring disorders, that is to say they may be disabled and also have an addiction, and that will certainly be considered in the main work around mental health and addictions recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope that will include families as well, because people with mental health and addictions and disabilities and addictions are also parents, and coming by supports for families in the North is a very big challenge for people. One of the priorities of the 19th Assembly is to increase the number and variety of culturally respectful community-based mental health and addictions programs, including aftercare, by providing services for individuals with addictions and such as Wellbriety and AA programming. This is to reduce the number of returns to treatment and increase the length of time between treatments as well. The timeline identified for this deliverable was spring 2021 for that work to begin. I'm wondering what improvements to aftercare support services can residents expect to see in 2021, and do these improvements include supports for families, or aftercare supports for families? Does it include matrix programming? Does it include life skill development as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was about 10 questions. I'll do what I can here. Certainly, the department is on track to deliver a number of programs at this point. We are preparing to roll out our peer support program, which provides money on an application basis to communities to set up things like AA and Wellbriety groups to assist people in retaining their sobriety. So this work is on target and will start on April the 1st of this year. In addition to that, the department continues to work with Indigenous governments and Indigenous government organizations to assist them in accessing the On the Land Healing Fund. And of course, we know that that has a wellness and addictions treatment focus, and is a flexible fund that can include families, base and aftercare as a focus. And so that fund has been in place since 2014-15, and the funding is available during each fiscal year, so there'll be a new opportunity to obtain funding after April the 1st of this year. There is work going on to establish a managed alcohol program in the N.W.T, as well as a model for better access to detox at the community level, that is to say outside of the hospitals. And the timing on this commitment, these two commitments, managed alcohol and medical detox, are to be completed by 2023. It's anticipated that even though some of these items are not going to be implemented immediately, they will be in development, and if they can be expedited, that will certainly happen. I think that what's really important to understand in this area, and I'm sure my colleague is aware of, is that these are big and complex issues. It takes time to address them, and so we are working through the issues that we know need to be addressed, and to improve the quality of the services that we provide. And as I say, if we can get to them sooner than we think, of course we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for my wordiness. I'm trying very hard to concentrate, but all the talk of toilets from Minister Simpson, or Mr. Simpson, has regretted, I regret the water I've drank today. Will the minister commit to working with the Department of Justice to bring together aftercare support team that focuses on wellness for all N.W.T residents that are returning from institutional care back to the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the aftercare support is obviously a shared responsibility. We talked about transitional housing and how we would need to partner with ECE, Justice, MACA, and Housing in order to bring those transitional housing units to life with appropriate programming. And we would certainly be continuing our relationship with Justice on services like the Wellness Court and integrated case management, as well as the Integrated Service Delivery Initiative. But I think what I need to understand from the member is more specifically how having yet another level of integrated service would serve clients more effectively than the services that we already have either in place or in development, how they would be different and why it would be valuable to put yet another layer of integration into place. So what I will commit to doing is to having further conversations with the member to understand what she's proposing and the value that it would add to the work already underway, and I'm available to do that at her convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to follow up with some questions about outhouse facilities between the border and Yellowknife, because I had the displeasure of using some of those back in January myself, coming back, but I don't want to get into all the dirty details here, Mr. Speaker. But look, I raised this 5 years ago in the House with the previous Minister of ITI. Photographs were shared from other members of the public. It was very distressing to see this. I see from the COVID-19 statistics report that peak periods, there's 1,200 vehicles going through every 2 weeks. Having these facilities cleaned out once every 2 weeks is just not going to cut it, Mr. Speaker. What is the Minister prepared to do about this now? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, when we prepare for session, when we prepare through the year, this is something that I had flagged even before we came into session. It is something that the Deputy Minister of ITI, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure are already working on together. They know it is an issue, and as I've said earlier, I was not here 5 years ago, and I certainly didn't have the awareness that this became an issue. It is an issue. It happens every year. It happens every year, every time the facilities freeze up. And the wayside parks fall under ITI, the roadside pullouts fall under infrastructure, and yet between the two, I fully acknowledge that we come back here every year and face this issue. So the two departments are now working together. The two departments have just been told, thanks to the questions asked earlier, that I expect a plan, and I expect that my colleague is likely going to feel the same, lest she have to stand and answer the same series of questions. So between the two departments, they're going to come out with a plan together so that we don't have to come back year over year. I realize doing this every 2 years is difficult, or every 2 weeks is difficult and arguably not enough, not sufficient. But let's figure out what is sufficient, what is the problem, where are the issues. I don't have that information. Is it every single facility? Is it the infrastructure facilities? Is it the ITI facilities? Is it use because of COVID? Is it increased use or reduced use with COVID? I don't have that information. I'm going to get it. We're going to have a plan. We're not going to be answering questions next year during budget session about our houses, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. So I just want to quote something from Hansard, June 2nd, 2020. Gee, that's a little over a year ago. Me saying this in the House, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister digs down into her pile from the previous Assembly, she'll see that there were a number of complaints about the 60th parallel outhouse in particular. I don't know what it is like this spring, but there were photos sent to me. They were shared with a previous ITI minister. The minister made a commitment to try to improve the cleaning regimen, so I don't know whatever happened, but if this minister digs down far enough in her pile, she'll find it all there in the files with her department, I'm sure. So that was more than a year ago with a previous minister. This has been flagged a number of times in this House. So why can't the minister just amend the contract and double the cleaning regimen so it's at least done once a week right now? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to double a contract on the floor of the House. That's not an appropriate way to solve this problem. But I'm going to solve this problem because it is clearly, again, it is a year-over-year problem. I completely agree. I'm happy to be put someone in my place and on my heels on this one. That's fine. I've committed to coming up with a plan. I'm committing to coming up with a solution, whether it is because we have increased cleaning regimes, whether it's because we have an increased monitoring of the system of the various facilities, whether it's both, I'm not sure. If it's just the 60th parallel, well, that's easier. But those are the kinds of things I need to have the information about so that we can make a targeted and quick assessment and solve the problem immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake. Oh. Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month I gave a member statement about a Men's New Day program. It's a healing program, or a healing and wellness program for men who use violence in their intimate relationships. I'm under the understanding that the existing contract for this program is up next month, and I'm wondering if the Minister of Justice can please let us know what the plans are for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all the talk about outhouses and New Day program, it feels like I'm back in the 18th Assembly. Mr. Speaker, as the member noted, the contract for a New Day program was a 4-year contract that ends at the end of March, and the Department of Justice will not be renewing that contract, and the contractor has been informed of this. The plan is to transform the program into more of a community-driven model and making that money available on an application basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member or Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have any information as to when this money will be made available or when the terms of reference will be available as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A call for expressions of interest will be released in April, and each proposal will be looked at by a Men's Healing Fund committee based on the application guidelines that we are developing. So that work is underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, there was a Men's New Day evaluation report done. I'm wondering if there will be an evaluation report done on the work that's been done by the John Howard Society since then, and if either of those reports will be used in order to form the terms of reference for the financing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is still quite early in the process. Of course, we want to use the results of reviews to inform how we want to go forward. And I think that, it's been, maybe 6 or 7 years now this program has been running in different forms, and so a lot has been learned. And I think that we can see that there have been some issues with the program over the past few years. We've seen that the length of it is a problem. It's probably not the best program to be run in the north, and so we will try and avoid those pitfalls. That being said, we want this to be community driven and really empower local communities to come up with some local solutions and assist where we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Minister will commit to consulting with the Standing Committee on Social Development for the terms for that expression of interest so that local, community-driven MLAs can have some input into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can send those off and request feedback from the Standing Committee, but the plan right now is really to have it community-driven and not have it necessarily dictated. That being said, there has to be some sort of structure around it, so we can definitely collaborate in that sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions, petitions, Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to present a petition dealing with the matter of returning Fort Smith Regional Airport to former specifications. Mr. Speaker, the petition contains 550 signatures, including 127 electronic signatures and 344 written signatures of the Northwest Territories residents. And Mr. Speaker, the petitioners request that the government of the Northwest Territories return the main airport runway at Fort Smith Airport to its former width for reasons of public safety and economic growth. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I have a short presentation. Mr. Speaker, further to my member statement earlier today, this petition was started in January of 2021, and it contains a total of 550 signatures. There are 352 handwritten signatures, along with 198 electronic signatures. 79 signatures came from people residing outside of the N.W.T, though I will add that most of the outside signatures came from people who used to reside in Fort Smith or were born and raised in Fort Smith. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that today, as I present this petition, I feel in a sense of validation in my ongoing efforts to restore the Fort Smith Airport runway to its former specifications. As I said in my member statement, I'm no longer the lone voice vocalizing support to restore the Fort Smith Airport runway. I'm now joined with the support of 550 people who agree with my efforts. During our caucus retreat last year, Mr. Speaker, a meeting was held on August 31st. I just want to recap that meeting. This email was sent that very night after the meeting by Brian Harrell, who is the owner of Northwestern Air Lease. It says, "Dear Frida, just a quick recap on our meeting today. Thank you for inviting Minister Simpson and for listening to our concerns. As I had mentioned at the meeting, the narrowing of the airport has had several impacts on the town and Northwestern Air Lease. When Northwestern Air Lease had decided to start a flight training school, we had predicted some of our mitigations for a safe operation on a 200-foot wide runway. This allows the students significantly more room for error on takeoffs and landings. As we had discussed, by narrowing the runway, the number and type of large aircraft that could be used in the event of an emergency evacuation has been severely limited. I understand that the Boeing 737 manufacturer states that the Boeing 737 aircraft can operate from a narrower runway. However, both WestJet and Air Canada have procedures that will not allow their aircraft to land on any runway narrower than 149 feet. This is why Fort Smith is no longer usable as an alternate airport due to bad weather. This means that only 737 aircraft that could take part in an evacuation would be the Canadian North 373-200. This will limit the aircraft that would take part in an evacuation that would leave the evacuation to the military and Canadian North for the large aircraft, and the rest would have to be with ATRs, Dash 7s, and Dash 8s. This could mean a large number of aircraft trying to depart or arrive. This could mean a large number of aircraft trying to depart and arrive in poor conditions. And so this was an excerpt from the whole email that was sent by Brian Harrell. So, Mr. Speaker, there was one aspect of this petition that was particularly concerning for me and for several other interested people who considered to sign this petition. I was told by a number of Government of the Northwest Territories employees that their supervisors had discouraged them or were trying to prevent people from signing this petition. Upon hearing this, I reached out to the minister responsible for human resources and asked her if this was in fact true. She told me that there was no such direction given. This indicates a serious lack of clarity from the Department of Human Resources about Governor of the Northwest Territories signing this petition. Mr. Speaker, this petition is not going against any government policy. This petition is about the safety and economic well-being of the community of Fort Smith. Mr. Speaker, my duty to present this petition to the Governor of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly on behalf of the amazing community of Fort Smith is an honor. I appreciate all the support I got from the community and will continue to work extremely hard to find solutions to this unnecessary situation with the airport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents: Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Committee Report 4-19(2), Report on the Review of the 2018-2019 Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission Annual Report, Government of the Northwest Territories Response to Committee Report 5-19(2), Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, and follow-up letter for oral question 559-19(2), FASD support services in N.W.T. correctional facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following 2 documents. Follow-up letter for oral questions 502-19(2), senior housing, and follow-up letter for oral questions 538-19(2), Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, safe and secure housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 3, Committee Report 8-19(2), Committee Report 9-19(2), Minister Statement 77-19(2), Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19(2), with member for Haver South in the chair.
I will now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 286-19(2), main estimates 2021-2022 with health and social services. Massey.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess. I'll call the committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 286-19, bracket 2, main estimates 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Health and Social Services have any open remarks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Health and Social Services. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $74.8 million, or 14.3% over the 2020-2021 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the department while continuing to meet the Government of the Northwest Territories' fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $34.6 million for the COVID-19 Coordinating Secretariat, $13.1 million for initiatives which include resources to increase frontline capacity in child and family services, resources to continue with the establishment of the N.W.T. school and community child and youth care counselors in our communities, and resources to expand healthy family programming. $10.7 million to address forced growth. $9.2 million for projects in partnership with federal agencies, such as Indigenous Services Canada, including the Northern Wellness Agreement, and the First Nations and Inuit and Community Home and Community Care Agreement, and $8.5 million to fund 24/7 operational staffing costs in health and social services programming, forced growth at Avens, and the expansion of the dialysis unit in Hay River. The department is also planning for a $558,000 decrease due to sunsetting agreements with funding partners. These estimates continue to support priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by increasing supports for meeting health and wellness needs and priorities of Indigenous people, supports to increase mental health services to youth in schools and communities throughout the N.W.T, increased supports for mental wellness and addictions recovery, and improving early childhood development indicators through expansion of the Healthy Family Program to support expecting parents and parents with young children. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? The committee has agreed to consider the activity COVID Secretariat first. Does the Premier wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Madam Premier, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me today, I have Mr. Russell Newdorf, the Associate Deputy Minister of the COVID Secretariat, and Ms. Jeannie Matheson, the Director of Finance with Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. COVID Secretariat, beginning on page 176 with information item on page 178. Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm looking at page 178 at the active positions. Could the Minister of the Department tell us how many of these positions were hired from the North versus how many were people brought from the South? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As committed to when we met with Standing Committee, 100% of the staffing for the COVID Secretariat are from the North, either P1s, P2s, or some of them are not priority status but are residents of the Northwest Territories. No Southern people were hired for the COVID Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Minister tell me how many of these employees for the enforcement team are ex-RCMP officers? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the enforcement task team, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Minister to get more on the RCMP officers, but there's a qualifications that was needed with the enforcement, Mr. Chair. The task force enforcement team are literally knocking on people's doors and handing out verbal warnings, written warnings, or tickets. So it was really critical that we have people that have some kind of training in enforcement to ensure the safety of residents and the safety of our enforcement team. So, but Mr. Chair, I can turn it over to our Deputy Minister to speak more on how many are RCMP officers, ex-RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Premier. Mr. Newdorf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the Premier had indicated, our priority was to, because of our need to hire people quickly and not having time to train them up, we needed to hire people that were already had some enforcement background, and certainly pleased that we were able to do that in the hiring. I do not have the exact details about the number of RCMP, and will commit to provide that to the member.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you for that, and reiterating the Premier's point again. Thank you. I would look forward to getting that information. Can you speak to how much money was spent relocating people around within the territory to take these positions, i.e. people being moved to the Beaufort Delta region rather than hiring locally there? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did try to hire Alaska Ms. Matheson, if she knows exact numbers. We did try to hire as much as possible from the regions. For example, in the Beaufort Delta, when I went up to Fort McPherson, all of the Border Patrol staff were actually from the communities. So, yeah, but Mr. Chair, the amount of money that we had spent, I'd have to turn it over to Ms. Matheson if she has that.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe any expenses were incurred for relocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, rather than the monetary amount, or I'd like to characterize or get a feel for how many people did move around as this. I know that there have been people that were hired from out of the region into that region, so I just want to know if there's a way to characterize that happening. But it doesn't sound like. So maybe I'll follow up then with the Minister later date. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take that as a comment. The member is going to follow up.
Thank you. Questions? Member for YK North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the 2020-2021 revised estimates, $31 million. We passed this in a supplementary appropriation. But I know since that time a number of cost-saving measures have gone in time. Do we have a forecast of how much we will actually spend on the COVID Secretariat this fiscal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the forecast that we're going to actually spend in this fiscal new coming year, 2021-22, will be $34,589,000. However, Mr. Chair, members are aware we do provide variance reports every month, and since we did change the isolation, we're no longer covering for discretionary travel, vacations. We are seeing a savings. We're also seeing savings by combining the 811 and the Protect N.W.T. So right now, I think we're looking at probably a surplus around $6 million. However, Mr. Chair, that may fluctuate day to day. So, but we are seeing savings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I heard the Premier say that, the $34 million budgeted for this fiscal, assuming we win a full fiscal, would actually be about $6 million lower. Can I just get an updated figure of the $31 million we budgeted for last fiscal, or the fiscal we are presently in? How much of that we got back from the federal government? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll answer that question and then I'll turn it back to my Deputy Minister if appropriate. My note said 6 million, but he has a different figure. So what I'd like to say is that right now we got money within what was bundle number 1 from the federal government, and then we are just getting bundle number 3 for this fiscal year from the federal government. So at this point we're at about 80% of our funding for the COVID Secretariat is supported by federal government. The other thing I'd like to say with that, the federal government has stated it over and over that COVID-19 is one of their major priorities for the upcoming budget. And so we are expecting, we've already initiated conversations with them. They've already told us to get our ask in. So I do assume that another substantial amount of funding will come for the COVID Secretariat, and not only the Secretariat, but for health in general and all of the expenses around COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But if we can turn to the Deputy Minister for clarification on the surplus.
Premier, Mr. Neudorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for next year's budget, the 21-22, the original budget when we brought forward the COVID Secretariat and the idea for it was $40.4 million. Since that time, we've learned about the actual operations and what it might cost and made some adjustments, so the budget has gone down by the $6 million to $34.6 million, which is the number for discussion here. The Premier also talked about the current year's budget, which is $31.6 million in the current year. And the last variance report that we sent to MLAs showed about an $800,000 surplus. We do expect that that variance, that surplus is growing, will grow, mainly due to isolation centers and the isolation center payment policy that we brought in. And the next variance report will be sent out very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess there's a bit of a, we're budgeting for a full year and hoping that we don't need a full year. It'd be nice if COVID was wrapped up, but a lot of that is beyond our control. Can I just get a sense of what's going to happen, say if we wrap this up in September, use half a year's fiscal, how do we plan to make sure that the 150 or so staff in the COVID Secretariat either don't simply lose their jobs? Will they be transferred back to other positions, or are they on short-term contracts? Can I just get a little update on that, how we are staffing the COVID Secretariat in light of it having to end? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of the people, quite a few of them actually are new hires. There are some people that were transferred from departments and chose to stay with the COVID Secretariat. Those people that were transferred within government departments will go back to their government departments. They're on a leave, but they're not, they still have jobs. The other people that were hired for the COVID Secretariat started out, I believe, as casual, and we just actually, because of the agreements with the union, I think that had made a couple of years back when I was a minister, we've just, we turned them into term employees. The last set will be up to 1 year. And hopefully, I think we're all tired of COVID, so hopefully we'll be able to wrap up, but we're not sure, no one's sure when COVID will end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a formal kind of wrap-up plan being created for the COVID Secretariat, and when would we be able to see that? And I think that some of the things that, I would like to see that is a bit of a evaluation of why the COVID Secretariat was needed, whether its role was, actually worked when we said, this is going to combine all the things and it's going to stop things being done off the side of its desk. It took a lot of the authority out of the emergency management organization. So I think a wind-up plan and will that be done, and a review of how well the COVID Secretariat actually did and what it claimed to do, which was to kind of centralize all the communications and functions in response to the COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I did hear members. I try to work with members as much as possible. So we've kind of had like an oral wrap-up plan that said, once the CPHO eases measures, we would do that. But I heard the members, so we will be working on a formal wrap-up plan. However, we're not assuming anything's going to happen at minimum until the end of September, until all jurisdictions are vaccinated. And the other thing too is we're not even sure right now with the new variants that are coming whether the vaccine. So there's all kinds of research that has to be done on the health side, CPHO, to be able to determine whether we'll be able to do that. But we will do a wrap-up plan that we can share with members when that's done. The other thing too is an evaluation. Absolutely, that was critical for us. I'm hopeful that I will never see another pandemic in my lifetime, but it would be very irresponsible for a government to have gone through a pandemic and not have a game plan. We had nothing when we started and when we hit this pandemic. So a major part of the work after the restrictions are eased will be for the COVID Secretariat to do an evaluation and a game plan. I'm not sure of the right terminology, Mr. Chair, but a plan that says if ever a pandemic hits again, this is what we shall do as a government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I have some clarification? My understanding is when we passed the initial COVID Secretariat SUP, about half of the money was isolation costs. I understand we have been getting those variance reports. We're $800,000 under budget, meaning we have a surplus. And when I look at the numbers here, I assume fees and payments, $15 million, is mostly the isolation centers. But now this fiscal, we're being asked to present to pass $12 million in fees and payments. Can I get clarification of whether that fees and payments line is the isolation centers? And if it is, why is it not significantly lower, considering we are not paying for as many isolation centers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do know that the isolation centers do fall within that line item, but for more clarification, I'd like to turn it to Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The budget for 2021 was based on 8 months. And the member is correct in that the isolation centers are under fees and payments. So there is a reduction in the budget for isolation centers when you factor in the 8 months versus 12 months. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member?
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions? Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my colleague from Yellowknife North asked a number of questions I wanted to pursue, but I know that Gachagui mine is closed temporarily, and there's over 100 workers are in the isolation center here in Yellowknife. Who's paying for those workers while they self-isolate here in Yellowknife? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm really glad to answer this question. Not only is the mine paying for it, but as stated earlier in the House, I believe it was Emily Knockleby that stated that the mines are good corporate citizens. The Gachagui mine has actually been extraordinary. Not only did they, when they had the outbreak, that they went down into kind of a lower, almost a care and maintenance with them. They evacuated people. They covered all the costs, Mr. Chair. And not only are they covering the costs of the isolation centers, they are also have their own security at the isolation centers to watch the people that they are isolating. So which in fact actually helps us because they're using the same facilities. So it doubles the security. Of course, they're looking at their own, but they are covering 100% of the costs, and I cannot be grateful enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's good to hear that the mine is covering their own costs. Are they, do we cover the costs and we bill them, or are they paying directly? How does that actually work on the ground? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that they are paying it directly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Okay, thanks. That's good to hear as well. So we don't have to be worried about trying to recover costs later. Yeah, like my colleague from Yellowknife North, I was a bit surprised that the fees and payments weren't a little bit lower, but I do want to acknowledge that there have been some cost savings, I think, even from what was predicted in the supplementary appropriation back that we passed in, I guess it was probably in October, November, from what I see here now in the main estimates. So with vaccinations rolling out and so on, do we anticipate further cost savings in this area over the course of the next several months? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a difficult question to answer. I would love to say yes. However, Mr. Chair, as stated earlier, not knowing what these new variants are coming from around the world and not knowing the research yet, according to my understanding from the CPHO, not knowing if people that are vaccinated can still transfer COVID-19, having no vaccinations yet for children under 18, and not knowing, not having the research yet if this vaccine is going to work on all of the variants, although some of them have showed positive results. I can't say for sure, Mr. Chair, if our isolation center costs will go down until that research comes in and we know exactly what we're dealing with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Premier for that response. I'm not sure I'm going to ask the right party this question, but yeah, there are, when reports are issued now about COVID cases, I've had to ask, are we actually routinely testing for the variants? Or, when a case is reported, does that happen as a routine course now? And if that information could be added to the public health advisories when they're issued, that would be really helpful, because I know it was even raised on CBC radio by callers yesterday. So I don't know who to actually address that question to. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And ask the Minister of Health and Social Services if we're testing for the variants on every test that we do for COVID now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that all the tests are now sent south for sequencing, and as of this time, we have no variants. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that. Can that information be added to the public health advisories when they're issued about whether it's suspected or a confirmed case is a variant or not? Because right now it's not part of the public health advisory when they're issued. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Testing is under the responsibility of Health and Social Services, so I'd like to defer that to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the content of the public health advisory is solely in the discretion of the Chief Public Health Officer, and so I have no ability to influence the information that it includes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Great, thanks. I know that the Minister, we want an independent Chief Public Health Officer, but maybe the suggestion might be made, and maybe she's listening in, she might listen to what I'm saying. So I'm hoping that that kind of information can be added, because it is causing some public concern. It was raised on the radio yesterday. So in any event, I do want to move on to another area here. And it's with regard to enforcement. So there were some issues raised in the public about this. I just would like to know what kind of training do each of the public health officers receive when they're designated under the Public Health Act. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I get clarification in the question again?
Thank you. Member, can you clarify that?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is there standardized training provided to the public health officers when they're designated under the Public Health Act with regard to COVID. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe there is, but I'd like for Russ Newdorf to be able to expand on that, on the training aspect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Newdorf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, in terms of training, it's important that we hired people with experience so that they were already brought up to speed on kind of the general principles around enforcement and appropriate conduct. When we bring them in, we do designate them as public health officers, and there's training around confidential information that comes with that. And then we have as well organized kind of a 3-day training session for all of our officers as well around the orders and the public health requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So when a public health officer conducts a visit or an inspection, do they do this on their own, or are they always accompanied by another officer or another, say somebody with a liquor or cannabis commission or workers' safety and compensation commission? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated earlier, the enforcement is probably of all of the duties of the COVID Secretariat is one of the most at risk because they are actually giving out verbal warnings, written warnings, or tickets, and people don't always take that very, very well. So yes, Mr. Chair, no enforcement officer is going to either knocking on doors or in businesses or anywhere that, other than that, phone calls on their own. We always send 2 members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what I'd hope to hear and would expect from our public service and our leaders, so thank you very much for that. So in general, is there a written inspection report provided to a business owner after an inspection is conducted? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will turn it over to Russ, but before I do that, I want to state that it's very important that Protect N.W.T and 811 have the autonomy to be able to do their job. So at no time as the Minister of the COVID Secretariat do I actually give any direction to Protect N.W.T or 811 on their enforcement practices, who they ticket, what they're ticketing. Although, Mr. Chair, I have said that I will stand behind each member in their decisions. So, but on that, I'd like to turn it over to the Deputy Minister for more information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Newdorf?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, when our inspectors go out and would do an inspection of a business, they will always provide a written inspection. There are times, depending on the nature of the business and the inspection, that someone from WSCC or liquor inspector might accompany our enforcement officers as well, just depending on the particular issue at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on this section? Any further questions? No further questions. Please turn to page 177. Health and Social Services, COVID Secretariat, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022, main estimates, $34,589,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Does the Minister of Health and Social Services wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Order.
Does the Minister of Health and Social Services wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your left is Deputy Minister Bruce Cooper, and on your right is Director of Finance Jeannie Matheson.
Thank you. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with Administrative and Support Services, starting on page 172 with information item on page 175. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to start off with the line item for the French language services. I'm wondering if there is a matching line item for Indigenous languages. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is a Clicho cultural coordinator who is listed in the same area, but to the best of my knowledge, there is not a separate coordinator for each Indigenous language, but I'll just confirm that by asking the Deputy Minister if that in fact is the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, indeed, we do not have a corresponding category for Indigenous translation. We track French language translation or French language services in this way because it is linked to some of our federal funding. So we get funding that offsets some of these expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would interpretation for any Indigenous languages also be found in this budget, and what line item would it fall under? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Translation services for Indigenous languages are integrated in our health system, so you'll find it in our hospital services budget line.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since we're not in the hospital the hospital services section, I'll come back to that one when we get to the appropriate place then. So my next question is in regards to the Health and Social Services Authority's funding. I'm wondering if this is the appropriate place to ask about the deficit for the NTHSSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't believe that this is the right area. I think that that this doesn't represent the entire grant to the health authorities, but I'll ask Ms. Matheson if she can tell us more particularly what portion of their budget this figure represents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the funding for the health and social services is distributed throughout all the activities, so pieces of their deficit would be showing up in various activities. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can either ask here or I can wait and ask my questions where the big chunk of the deficit sits, which is in health and social services programs. So, at your call, Mr. Chair.
Wait till the latter. wait till the deficit area. Any further questions? Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, I look at page 175 in the active positions, and just note that all of them are in headquarters here in Yellowknife. Just curious if the minister can speak a bit to whether or not there's any opportunity to move any of these positions outside of the capital and put some of this employment into our smaller communities. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. These 82 positions in administration are out of a total workforce of over 1,800 people between the department and the health authorities, all of whom are represented in this budget. So the department exists primarily here in Yellowknife, and then of course the health authorities are the frontline delivery for the programs, and they exist in every community. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do appreciate that there is a huge chunk of employment in this department that's not in Yellowknife. However, as we have adapted to COVID, we've been able to move to a more virtual and online world. So 82 positions that all sit in headquarters, perhaps at some point there could be a look to see if any of those could be moved out to communities to give opportunities to people in other locations to rise up through this program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, I'll take that as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good.
Questions? Member for YK North?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As part of the department's business plan under this section, one of our goals is to increase local residency and implement that our residency full-time. Always support increasing residency. And I believe the goal is to go from 2 residencies a year to 4. Can I just get an update on when we expect to accomplish that, or whether we already have? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the member please expand on what he means by residencies? Thank you.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The medical residency pilot, I believe, is about allowing doctors to do their residency in the north. And right now we do 2 placements, I believe, a year, and the department's goal is to do 4 doctors completing their residency. If that's my understanding of what the pilot program initially was and its intentions. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thanks for that detail. Yes, I am aware that there is a plan to increase that, but I'm not sure about the timing. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister for that detail, please.
Mr. Cooper?
We're early in the days of the, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're early in the process of, with the 2 residents, and certainly we'll be evaluating this, and we don't have a firm date for expansion, but certainly we're seeing lots of interest in coming here, and anxious to do so in the coming years. But I don't have a firm date for when that will happen.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you. I would encourage the department to get a firm. I know there's more and more people looking through their residencies in the north. We actually offer quite a great practice experience for doctors, and there's more and more benefits to, such as student loan remissions available for doctors willing to come north. Another area in the department's business plan in this section is to increase employment engagement and employee engagement and satisfaction. And part of that work was to do staff surveys of all the people in the department. Can I get an update on whether that was work we were already doing, or whether we will begin that, when we will begin that work? Staff surveys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know these aren't really budgetary questions, but we're prepared to answer any and all questions about the work of the department, and I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer this, please.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, as part of the work in developing a comprehensive human resource strategy, there is engagement planned with staff. And there are some surveys that have been completed. There's some data that already exists from program evaluations, which is being reviewed by the staff at the health authority. But in addition to that, there's a group being compiled which is made up of frontline staff, and we're looking for deep representation throughout the authority that will help guide us through other engagements that we will do to ensure that the strategy once developed is representative of the issues that staff have identified.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the Health and Social Services the human resource function for the Health Authority actually lies within the Department of Finance, and there's a goal to kind of create a few, units that work together. But I'm looking at the $6 million a year we plan to pay to human resources. Can I get an explanation of? I see last year it's gone down $400,000 and it was gone down $700,000 from the actuals. To me, if one of our mandate items is to work on recruitment and retention, and there's quite a lot of priorities under the human resourcing of health for this department, why has that budget decreased? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I think that there are a number of things that are happening in here, and they don't actually relate to that HR unit that you're speaking of, to the best of my knowledge, but my knowledge is not as great as the Deputy Minister's knowledge, so let's ask him.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question is in terms of what's happening with the, I believe, a revised amount of $400,000, if I'm understanding the question correctly. There was a supplementary appropriation of $400,000 in order for us to engage in workforce planning. This was, if I recall correctly, this was funding that was being made available to support Aurora College in the establishment of programs to ensure we've got staff to serve our elders in long-term care and in the community. So that explains that swing. And you'll see in this budget, you'll see both the occurrence of some of the money that we got through the SUP process in the summer appearing at the same time as an increase. So some of that is what's captured here for this workforce planning that we're doing with Aurora College as a flow through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that this is the unit that's kind of responsible for updating our long-term care projections, and I know in the capital budget we passed a number, but the department is looking at adjusting some of the numbers, and also I believe there's some lessons perhaps to be learned from COVID-19. But my question is, my understanding is that every time we bring on a long-term care bed, obviously there's more funding needed within the operations budget. Do we have increased funding for long-term care in this? And sorry if I'm wrong about where we would find that. So yeah, due to the capital budget requirements to build more long-term care beds, have we increased the funding for the actual in the operations budget? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. Long-term care is its own activity area. Could we return to that question when we get to that activity area?
You can. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard the Deputy Minister say that we're just starting to, conduct some of that staff survey work, and we're starting to, roll out staff satisfaction. Do we have current staff satisfaction measures right now for the department? Thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer this.
Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have that information with me. I'd have to inquire.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps I can just, I want to be confident that the human resources function here, which actually lies in the Department of Finance, which is being asked to do a lot of very specific health information, including recruiting nurses, traveling, staff satisfaction surveys across the department. We plan to measure the decreased caregiver distress. There's a lot of metrics to be done in human resources. It's very specialized work for health, and to date I've been concerned that, you know, perhaps the general HR function is not up to that, and it really should be in the Department of Health and Social Services. So I want to be confident that the $6 million here being sent over to finance is the right amount, but I guess can I get a commitment from the Minister that whatever current information we have on staff satisfaction can be provided to committee? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, we are looking to the expertise of the Department of Finance to assist us in recruiting and retaining staff per our mandate commitment to increase the resident workforce by 20% within the life of this Assembly. And so that is a collaborative enterprise led by the Department of Finance, but including people from Health and Social Services. I can't make a commitment to provide you with the information you're asking for because I have no concept of whether I'm going to give you a page or a library. So I need to understand that level of detail before I make that commitment. And once again, not to belabor the point, that this is not a budget item. And so we came prepared to answer budget items. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
I'll try again. When I look at the department's business plan in here, there's service level metrics to be developed, there's employee engagement satisfaction to be developed, there's employee turnover to be measured, there's long-term care to be measured, there's employee engagement service. 50% of the department is supposed to be surveyed. I have no sense of whether that work has been done or is done. I have no sense of whether this is the adequate money to do it. So perhaps as a start, if I could get the Minister to commit to what is being done by the Department of Finance in regards to, I'll call it, the priority is improve workforce engagement and develop strategies aimed at improving hiring practices and retention. What is being done by finance versus health? If we could get a commitment of the breakdown of who is doing what work, that would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will work with my colleague, the Minister of Finance, to provide a very high-level overview of what tasks are being undertaken at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And if committee can keep the questions to the budget itself, it'd be appreciated, even though the Minister has, somewhat committed to answering other questions as well. Thank you. Is there any further questions on this section? No further questions. Please turn to page 173. Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022, main estimates, $53,007,000. Does the committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Health and Social Programs, beginning on page 179 with information item on page 183. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll come back to my questions about, I guess, to start off about languages. I'm wondering how much is spent on translations for Indigenous languages within N.W.T hospitals and health centers on an annual basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, I see which item it's in, but I'm just going to check here and see if I have that level of detail, and I don't see that I do, so I'd like to ask Ms. Matheson to answer the question, please.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a level of detail actually that I don't have with me as well, that those expenditures show up in the authority budgets, which they submit to us in a very detailed fashion, so we don't have that here with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think it would be worthwhile as a request, if we're going to isolate French language services in healthcare, I think it'd be worthwhile also showing how much we're spending on Indigenous languages translations in healthcare as well. One of the conversations that we hear a lot about these days is systemic racism, and if that exists in our healthcare systems or not. And I think people being able to access healthcare in their Indigenous and traditional languages is quite important to make sure that everybody is getting information that they need. So that's why I'm asking these questions right now, is to understand how people are being supported in their traditional languages within their community and healthcare. But I'll move on, still staying within hospital services. I'm wondering if how much every year is paid to N.W.T hospitals every year in out-of-territory services, and if there is currently a deficit on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. Just to go back to the money spent on Indigenous languages, the issue here is not that it isn't happening, it's the way it's reported. That the money for French language services requires a particular kind of reporting because it's provided by the federal government, but the Indigenous language interpretation is be provided by the N.W.T, so it's not reported in the same way. That doesn't mean to say it can't be discovered or reported in the future. So that's something to explore. With respect to the amount of money that is spent on out-of-territory services and what the deficit on that might be, I don't see that level of detail on the page that I have. So again, I'll turn to Ms. Matheson and see if she has it. Thank you.
Ms. Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department's expenditure on out-of-territory hospitals is in another activity further down the way, and we spend $32 million in out-of-territory hospitals, but it's not represented on this page. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that's why I had my hand up. I meant residents from out of territory that are having medical work done here. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, again, I'll turn to Ms. Matheson, please.
Ms. Matheson?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do services to non-residents. We have increased the budget for that this year by $1 million to cover the increased costs associated with us providing services to those residents, those non-residents that do attend our facilities. I am searching the page here for the actual budget on that item, but I don't have it handy. But we added $1 million to the budget for it this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to confirm, is that money that is always reimbursed to the territorial government annually, or is there sometimes money that we end up having to swallow? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. So the situation with providing services to people from other jurisdictions in Canada is that there's a provincial territorial committee that meets annually and sets the rate for the cost of that care on a daily basis. And then the different provinces and territories bill one another for the cost of the care based on the number of people who come here and require care here. So the jurisdictions are billed. So for example, if someone came here from Alberta, became ill, was hospitalized for 14 days, there would be a set rate that's already agreed, and Alberta Health Services would be billed for the 14 days of care that their resident received. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So does anybody owe us money? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
I feel sure the answer is yes to that, and I don't know if Ms. Matheson has that level of detail here, but let's see.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's always a lag in the billing. We have, other jurisdictions have up until a year to pay us after we send them the bill, but we don't have any that are, we're not expecting to receive payment for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Do we owe anybody money?
Minister?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's on the same basis that undoubtedly, because of the lag in billing, we have some outstanding debts, but we pay our bills.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's good news, and that's what I like to hear. My next question is in regards to population health. I see that population health has had a significant decrease, and I'm wondering what this decrease accounts for. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, so what my notes say here is that in the 2019-20 budget, the budget was not fully spent, mostly because of some federal funding that lapsed. And then in the 2021 budget, we had funding from Health Canada related to cannabis, which has now sunset. And there are some other details about what goes on here in public health. And part of that was covered with a supplementary appropriation that was passed during this fiscal year and included things such as $70,000 for meat inspection regulations, $94,000 for enhanced community-based monitoring of seasonal influenza, $40,000 from the Northern Wellness Agreement, $10,000 from the On the Road to Wellness during and after cancer diagnosis funding, substance use and addictions program, $174,000. The biggest portion of this is the COVID Safe Restart funding agreement, which provided $2.472 million. And so we don't have an equivalent amount of COVID Restart money in these main estimates. I don't think that the number for COVID funding has been settled on for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, one of the things that catches kind of my ear on that one is the cancer diagnosis funding. And one of the things that I find we're hearing about and reading about a little bit more is the amount of people who are not seeing physicians on a regular basis with COVID. And people are avoiding doctor's offices, they're avoiding health checkups, especially in the north where health checkups mean that we have to travel. Sometimes people have to come to regional centers, sometimes Yellowknife, and sometimes they end up having to leave the territory. So I'm wondering if there is discussion about increasing this line item kind of in anticipation of people not being diagnosed and potentially having to be treated farther down in cancer diagnosis and the additional cost of that, or if there are discussions around that happening at the ministers' tables. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My recollection is that this fund is going to sunset at the end of next month, and it is federal money. I'm not sure if an additional or new fund with a similar focus is being contemplated, so I'll ask the Deputy Minister for that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was one-time funding for a very small project, and so no, there's nothing else being contemplated in that space. However, to the broader question of cancer prevention, chronic disease management, and then ultimately diagnosis and treatment. The diagnosis and treatment side would show up in the broader growth within the healthcare system should that happen. But being mindful of the dynamic of people avoiding or not going to physicians or nurse practitioners for checkups. There was a lot of work done earlier in the pandemic for people to review their panels and to be doing outreach and to implement virtual care. So I know the primary care team have been very mindful of the risk that's been articulated and are working to try to prevent that from happening by good connections with their their folks. So certainly we're not waiting for it to become a treatment issue, trying to use good triaging and good connection with patients to do outreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to end up leaving the conversation of the deficit to somebody else because I'm just trying to be mindful of the clock here. But the adult support services line item, I see that that's fairly consistent with what it was last year, and I'm wondering if that line item includes the FASD diagnostic clinic.
Minister?
I don't think this does include the FASD diagnostic clinic, but I'll turn to Ms. Matheson to confirm that.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it does not. This line item is funding that we give to the NTHSSA for to support contracts that they enter into with NGOs for support services for adults. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Can the minister let me know where the adult FASD clinic falls within the budget, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll ask Ms. Matheson to tell me that. Thank you.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies. I should have added that as well to my last answer. That falls within hospital. Actually, that falls within the health centers. It's probably a mix of health centers and hospitals, depending on which community the supports lie, but it's between those two objects there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to look at page 181 and looking at the contributions to generally to NGOs and other organizations to support Northwest Territories residents. I noticed that we're really stagnant to our sort of standard budget and not a lot of line item increases other than the Health and Social Services Authority's funding. I'm disappointed to see that. I think that we've had a lot of conversation around mental health and addiction supports and such. I know that NGOs are really good at making their money stretch and are being very effective in our communities, recognizing that the large portion of them are in Yellowknife. However, that does spill out to other communities. Can the minister speak to why there is no increase to the amount of funding to all of these programs, given that people are starting to really feel the effects of the isolation of COVID-19? Thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you. The core mental health services are provided by the NTHSSA, the Clecho Community Services Agency, and the Hay River Health and Social Services Agency. These grants and contributions are primarily community-based funds, such as the Anti-Poverty Fund is available by application by communities across the N.W.T. The Child and Family Services contribution is to the Foster Families Coalition. The community-based suicide prevention is brand new this year, so we haven't had a chance to find out whether that's the right amount of money or not. The community wellness initiatives, that's another community-based fund which we've just started advertising for applications for. So these are primarily funds that are available for people to apply for, like peer support and on the land. So they are not generally supporting specific NGOs like the Spruce Bough, the Yellowknife Women's Society, or the YWCA. These are more funds that we provide to communities to do their own programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Okay, thank you for that. It still doesn't really answer my question, as all of these groups are where these projects or this funding can be accessed by these community organizations or whomever. That, to me, seems like an area where we would want to be focusing more money given the current situation of what's going on, particularly if this is something that different organizations can access. They could be the conditions around them could be made a lot more flexible given the restrictions of COVID and the inability of a lot of organizations to operate in the same way that they have in the past. Maybe they could be accessing some of this funding to help them adapt their programming to be virtual, things like that. So I just would like to reiterate, I find it extremely disappointing that we are not supporting more of the funding that would allow for non-governmental people to access money to provide supports to our people, because I often hear the N.W.T is failing at doing this themselves. I do recognize it's a growing problem across the country and the world, and most healthcare systems are taxed in dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the active positions, again, seeing that there is 5 part-time positions. I'm sorry, that there have been 10 positions added to the headquarters, again, not to the regional offices. Could maybe the minister speak to why a decision was made to increase headquarters staffing versus putting those positions elsewhere? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
I've got to find what page that is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate a point I made a little earlier. The department provides the administration, policy, legislation, communications, and oversight functions for what the health authorities do. So it is just by default here in Yellowknife. So the 12 new positions, I see here that there is a Healthy Family Program Regional Coordinator in Hay River and another in Inuvik. The others are, as the member said, they're based here. It doesn't mean that they do all of their work here, but it means that they are within larger groups. They are add-ons to other initiatives, and so it wouldn't be easy to put one person out in Betchco, for example, with these kinds of programs. They need to be working within a group of people, like the community-based monitoring of seasonal influenza. It wouldn't make sense to put an epidemiologist in Betchco when all the other epidemiologists are in Yellowknife. So that's the reason that almost all of these positions are located, these new positions are located in Yellowknife and not in other places. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, I appreciate that, that there'd be specialist type situations or positions that would need to be with their fellow thing. We talk about that a lot in engineering collaboration. However, some of the items that you listed that these new positions are covering have to do with administration. They have to do with things that sound very computer oriented, very much sitting at a desk. So I would just maybe, again, as a comment, urge the minister to consider, given our priority and mandates to increase employment in small communities, that we look at thinking outside the box and looking to have virtual collaboration instead of always in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment.
Member?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just in regards to page 179. It's all based in like the community healthcare clinics and that. In my writing, I'm hoping to make sure that the adequate doctors' visits in the community more, and then it's kind of a like in regards to especially for the cultural, in regards to the community groups, for languages too, for translators that are coming in. And where's the translators? Do they have them on call in regards to for the doctors? Because a lot of our elders, they'll just they won't say anything in regards to when they're being talked to. So proper I guess proper interpretation, is that being done? I'll start off with that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member, Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I want to do something a little unusual and ask the member a question. So what happens now if somebody appears in one of your community health clinics and they need help with interpretation? Who helps?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't know what staff in the communities that, who do they call? Is it a number they call? I don't even know that because we never, in Tuck per se, like I have elders in Ulu that need translation, but is there people hired in the communities to do that, or are they on an on-call basis, or are they full-time staff? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thanks for that explanation. I don't know the answer to that, so I'll see if the Deputy Minister knows. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have two primary ways of supporting interpretation services. We've got interpretation available at and through the Stanton Territorial Hospital for 7 official languages. We also have for after hours, while Stanton will provide an outreach and I believe they're on call as well, there's also after hours translation available through CanTalk, which is a specialized service that is available 24 hours a day by phone or by email or by internet, and they offer services throughout the territory. And of course, through the relationship between the provider and the family, there's also the work that can be done to ensure that family members may be able to participate in and be part of that group that help with the translation if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
No, just in regards to that, thank you for that. And are all dialects covered in regards to N.W.T, Siglit? Are those covered in this CanTalk? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn again to Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. N.W.T and N.W.T, forgive me if I've mispronounced that, but those are two through CanTalk, and we have N.W.T through, in addition, through the Stanton service.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. And with the I guess I got a little bit of issues that I have, like, you know, to get to a point like with prevention, with the nursing station into the hospitals, that interaction with the health center in a hospital, say, in Inuvik. So how does it work in regards to making sure, like I'm having a lot of people with cancer that are, you know, too late, stage 4. I have a couple of individuals that I heard of in my writing. And how does that work in regards to follow up, to making sure that they're being seen? I know that when they're in the system, that they're with Alberta, when they go down, come here, they get assessed, or Inuvik, and then they get sent out. But some of them are, the wait time is too long. Is there any way to start shortening that up in regards to services for them? Because the cancer, like it's, you know, when they're coming back, it's stage 4, it's can't come back from that. I just need, like, could we try to work on timings in regards to service for the communities? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I recognize that, that's a terrible diagnosis. It's frightening. In terms of the service that is provided in Alberta, I don't know what ability we have to influence that. It was my understanding that once the patient was connected with an oncologist at a place like the Cross Cancer Institute, that they took on the case then and the timing and the follow-up. So I don't know if we have, as a health system, a way to speed that up. I'll look to the Deputy Minister. He may be more familiar with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have 2 cancer care navigators that support when a person has been diagnosed with cancer. They are there to support helping the person navigate the clinical pathway, offering virtual appointments where possible, and they work with the patient, with their family, and the healthcare team, including bridging between here and, of course, the cross, so that they can support them throughout their journey. That's the intention of those 2 positions. I would add we also have a medical oncology social worker that also can play a role in helping.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just regarding that, has there any thought been given, Madam Minister, in regards to the healthcare advocates in regards to helping patients that can't really speak out for themselves? The healthcare advocate that we brought up 2 weeks ago in the House here, but is there any thought given to that to try to promote that, like 1 or 2 in the Delta, or 5 here in Yellowknife? But is there any way to do that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member, Minister?
Thank you. It's my understanding that the cancer care navigators have an advocacy function, but I think what you're talking about is more about the general patient navigator, not only those with a cancer diagnosis. Yeah, that's an interesting question, and I understand that some work is going on to look at the possibility of instituting that kind of a service. It would be part of our providing culturally safe and confidence building service to Indigenous people. And it may also help with the requests that we get for escorts, non-medical escorts, that if people got off the plane and saw someone they recognized from their community, that would be very reassuring to help them get connected with the services they need. But I don't think there's a specific date on which this is going to come into place. But for more about this process, then I would ask once again the Deputy Minister to expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the patient navigation services through cancer care, we are making changes to the way primary health care is delivered, creating interdisciplinary teams. The hope of that is that individuals will have support to be able to navigate, but we're sort of early days with that. We've got 10 teams rolled out here. We've got 2 in demonstration project, Fort Smith and Fort Good Hope beginning. But we certainly are looking at this question of how to support people with advocacy, with navigation services, and the authority is taking a look as they're standing up more services and improving the patient experience. They've established an office that is looking at this through their quality division. And so I do expect that we will see more thinking on this question in future business processes, future business planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Mr. Chair, no, just in regards to that, again, teams, again, that's what we need in regards to with the community health wellness. That's what we need to be doing, especially in small communities, remote communities. But my last question is the escorts. Is there a way to let our community health centers know that that how an escort is approved, and it like if the doctor approves it, it's approved, correct? And if not, I need clarity on that, and it should be brought into our health centers across the territory in regards to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, I understand the member's question. As the member may know, we're currently doing a mini review of medical travel that will be done by the end of March, and it's looking at the question of escorts. It's looking at why escorts are sometimes approved and sometimes they're not approved until the appeal. It's also looking at things such as the knowledge base that medical staff have for recommending escorts. So that is an issue that we are aware that we need to provide more clarity on, and we hope to be able to do that by the end of March. That's the intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at page 180. Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, the Fort Smith Health Center would come under community clinics and health centers, am I correct?
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask Ms. Matheson to confirm that. Thank you.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. Thank you.
Member?
So my question is, community clinics and health centers, the budget went down. That's all the small communities, and I guess we're not considered a hospital, we're considered a health center. But the budget went down by like almost $2 million. And I'm just wondering, especially now that we've been through a pandemic and still in a pandemic, why would budgets go down in community clinics and health centers? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. What I see here is that that this budget has some fluctuation in it. So in the current fiscal year, it bumped up because of COVID restart money. That's why it's at $79,841,000 for this year. We're not anticipating, or not at least budgeting, for the COVID money for the next fiscal year because that hasn't been firmed up yet. There is no reduction in services. This does not represent any loss of nursing positions or other services to community clinics and health centers. So it's puzzling to me about why that budget is a little bit smaller than it was in the actuals for. Just let me have a look at this here. In the in the actuals, but also in the main estimates for 2020, 2021. So I'll ask Ms. Matheson if she can explain that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The adjustment down in 21-22 is as a result of a change in the budget for amortization. So it's is to explain the use of the facilities. So it's the depreciation on the assets that are being used in the delivery of these programs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering about the Fort Smith Clinic. There's a few things that I feel that are not there that we had before, and I know that they're trying to get a speech therapist. I know that for sure. We used to always have a dietitian. We don't have anymore, and I don't know if a dietitian is very important. We have lots of seniors in the community, and the population at large, and I'm just wondering about the dietitian. And the other area that I want to make sure is stabilized in the Fort Smith Health Center is the lab services. We had full lab services there, and I know that we are going to be doing the blood work again, but with everything else in there, we have to have a very stabilized lab services. We have a lot. We come from a fairly large community. We're one of the four, maybe the smallest of the four, but I just feel that we have to make sure that that people have to be able to go there if and have the proper lab services and not have to come over here to Yellowknife just for some of the lab services that were offered before. And that's very costly. And, So I just want to know the answers to some of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this budget is at a very high level. So it doesn't speak to specifically to what's going on in Fort Smith, and I don't have that detail with me. That would really be part of the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority budget to say what money was being spent in the specific areas that the member asked about. We have spoken in the House before about Fort Smith Lab Services, and there is a switch from laboratory services to point of care tests, and that transition is well underway. So almost all of the services that the Fort Smith Lab had previously, it will have again. I think that some of the positions that are vacant because it's difficult to recruit people to those positions. It's not because we don't want Fort Smith to have them. So those are my general answers. But as I say, this budget is really at a very high level, so it's hard to provide that drill down to the Fort Smith Health Centre in particular. One way you could do that is to take it into question period and ask me those questions there, and that would prompt me to get that level of detail to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I guess I'll turn to page 181 then, and you go to the Health and Social Services Authority funding, and that went up by 22 million. So I guess, you know, my question is a clarity on, so everybody is equal in the territory and we all expect the same services everywhere. I know it's very difficult. You can't have a large hospital in a small community, but it seems like we're always making sure that the Health and Social Services Authority funding went up by 22 million. So, you know, it puzzles me how these budgets are presented, because it's very, it could be, I just feel that it could be done more simpler so that we all understand very easily, because I'm very good at numbers, and you know, you go to all these different, then there's hospital services over here, and then there's the Health and Social Services Authority, and like, I just want more clarity, I guess, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. Just to say again, this is a very high-level budget, so it doesn't have Fort Smith specific information in it. What I want to say is that the budget for the current fiscal year was subject to a supplementary appropriation for $21.4 million that had to do with the dialysis unit expansion in Hay River, mental health and addictions fundings, safe restart funding, child and family services. This was hiring some additional staff in that area, also the child and youth care counselors. So these are like very general numbers. I don't know if Ms. Matheson can offer anything more specific, but could you please call on her, please, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the line that's speaking to on page 81, the Health and Social Services funding, that showed the increase there of over $15 million. That is to reflect all the activity, all the programs in this activity. So, for example, it's showing increased funding for child and family services, for child and youth care counselors. We have forced growth for supplies in here. We have additional funding for the authority, Health and Social Services Authority in general, to appropriately staff 24/7 operations. So there's a wide variety of reasons why that increase there is $15 million for this year, some of it, of which is likely allocated by the NTHSA to Fort Smith for the health center and for the staff there. But as the minister said, we don't have that level of detail here with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member? Questions? Thank you. Questions? Member for YK North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I just want to start with a general comment of I recognize main estimates are largely set by the Department of Finance and how they're set out. I mean, this is $337 million on 3 pages, which makes it larger than I think any department. Maybe just ECE is a total department budget is there. And I know that the reason for that is not really intentional. It's a finance thing and how the department's organized. But I think probably a look needs to be done. And that when we table the budget, that some more information on how we're spending $337 million is provided, both to MLAs and the public, because it can be very difficult to understand. But starting with the big picture, can I have an update of what the projected deficit for the NTH-SA will be this year, this fiscal? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that I have a projected deficit yet. I don't know that they've done their budget. I think they're waiting for us to finish our budget. So the last figure I have for the deficit was $120,700,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand there are some plans to run a deficit reduction plan. Are we expecting that this main estimates that we are looking at for 21-22 will actually add to the deficit, or are we now budgeting enough that the deficit will essentially stop? I'm not expecting us to pay off the $120 million, but is it going to get bigger this fiscal as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. So based on the budget for this fiscal year, which had a deficit budget, the NTH-SSA had a deficit projected for this fiscal year, then I'm going to say that we're going to continue to grow the deficit for the time being. What we're trying to do is to reduce the size of that deficit to zero through the health system sustainability plan, which we've spoken about here. So what we're trying to do is understand the drivers that are adding to the deficit and address those and reduce them, obviously, so that we get to a point where we're not budgeting with deficits for the health authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Admittedly, my understanding of why the health authority is able to run a deficit in the first place is a little not fully understood. But is there any plans to simply not allow them to run a deficit, and then if they needed to, come back through a supplementary appropriation process, so that there's a little bit more ongoing tracking to this House of, because when they rack up debt, it's not like it's a different debt, it's still the N.W.T being held, and I think at one point we're probably going to have a conversation about whether that $120 million of debt is written off and brought into the N.W.T. I don't really see the point in making them pay it off. I'd like them to get to zero, in adding to it, but is it possible, or is there a reason that health authorities have to be able to run deficits and we can't simply let them rely on the supplemental appropriation process like every other department? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I'll start this and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Matheson. We have a very generous set of core services that are offered by our health authorities, and we need to ensure that we can continue those services now that we have them offered to our residents. We can't say to people, well, you could be out of work in March, because we think that we'll be out of money by then. So the real question facing the health authorities is, what is the scope of our core services and what are the extras? And are we going to continue to fund all of the extras and continue adding to our deficit? Or are we going to limit services? Are we going to ask people to pay for services? How are we going to manage the drivers on our health spending? which are substantial for us and all across Canada, which is why you hear news stories all the time about the premiers negotiating with the federal government for an increased Canada Health transfer. So I personally, I am not a budget person, I don't see a way of reducing the deficit to zero and then working with supplementary appropriations when these are now all core services that we're funding. But that's an amateur view, and Jeannie Matheson's a professional, so we should hear from her.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. No pressure. To the member's question around whether or not it would be appropriate to address the shortfalls through supplementary appropriation, I would suggest that the answer would be supplementary appropriations are meant for unknown uncertainty, like in a given year, and authorities have been experiencing these deficits for some time now, and that is the reason why they are budgeting for them. We do come forward on behalf of the authority in instances where they have budgeted and we can very clearly articulate where they've overspent their budget. For example, medical travel. We typically come forward for that because we can very clearly lay out what they had budgeted and what was to be spent, and then forecasted. Similar with adult southern placements, for example. So in those cases, yes, the department does support the authority in going for supplementary funding, but generally we're at the state of still not understanding all the drivers of the deficit, and until we're at that point, we cannot address those funding shortfalls. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess that makes sense to me that, we're not going to cut off core services anytime, but we every year fund firefighter or the fires through supplementary appropriations, which can range from $4 to $50 million and have large fluctuations. So I think probably there is some room to have that conversation later. But I wanted to switch to, I believe this is the funding for the Office of the Public Guardian. Can I get a clarification of whether there's been an increase to the Office of the Public Guardian? I note the department has a goal of decreasing the wait list for the number of people for the guardianship. There's also some talk of reforming the Act. Some people with disabilities don't presently qualify for guardianship, and they probably should. So I think there's quite a bit of work, and this backlog has been a long time coming. So if we increase the budget for the Office of the Public Guardian somewhere in this $337 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. The Office of the Public Guardian is actually in adult support services, and the staff there is the public guardian and an assistant. And I don't think there is a budget increase other than through the collective agreement for this office in this fiscal year. But I'll just turn to Ms. Matheson for additional information. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, there is no increase for the Office of the Public Guardian in this budget. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see an increase for the Office of the Public Guardian, but I guess I'm even more concerned in looking at the business plan. We've asked them to do quite a bit of work, and they're already backlogged in getting people into guardianship. Is the department somewhere else in this budget providing policy support to that office so that they're not tasked with, decreasing their wait list and completely reforming public guardianship? Are we providing policy support? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. I think that they were offering, they were doing intake through contract services. I don't know if that's still the case because that detail isn't on this page, but let me ask Ms. Matheson if that is the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, we have been for the last number of years been providing some in-kind support through staff and actually assigned staff a couple of years ago to participate in helping the office find some process improvements to streamline processes, and we continue to have a staff member or staff members that are supporting the office with their time. And so that's how we've been dealing with some of the workload issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I would encourage the minister that there's a lot of work that needs to be done there, and if the department has been providing it in kind or through contract services or just leading the support, that perhaps an internal reallocation to actually give them another staff person is long overdue, especially if we are going to meet the business plan goal of lowering that wait list. I wanted to move on to the FASD diagnostic clinic that MLA Cleveland started on. This is another one of those areas. Can I get the total budget of the FASD diagnostic clinic and whether there's been any increase to that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I have to find out which category it's in. Maybe it would be more efficient to ask Ms. Matheson to answer this question. Thank you.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the details on the exact budget number for the FASD clinic. There were resources added to the department's budget a couple years back to increase the capacity there, but the exact budget amount is would be a budget of the authority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is this the part of the budget where midwifery services are found? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister?
Yes, apparently this is where they are found.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this sort of goes back to my colleague from Yellowknife North, not knowing where to ask questions with this department, the way that the budget is set out. Yeah, I'll stop there. Is there any funding in here to carry forward the implementation of the territorial midwifery program? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. If I recall correctly, there's an intention to hire another person who will carry out the planning that has started for expanding that service, but for certainty on that, I'll ask the Deputy Minister if he could speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yes, we are in there is funding in this budget for midwifery, obviously. We have a territorial manager that was hired in March of 2020 and is currently engaged in design work to help build the vision for the territorial program, lay the foundation for the midwifery teams to come. And we do have a recruitment ongoing for a midwifery position in Yellowknife. Job evaluation is currently ongoing, but we expect that will be out soon. So this is money that would have been in prior year allocations. And what we are doing is with the benefit of those resources, and we will engage in a bit more planning over this year, which is a wise thing to do when you have new resources and the evolution of primary health care the way it has been. And we're going to have an opportunity to revisit our business case, and we expect to have this work completed by May of this year.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that information. I guess the difficulty is I see midwifery services as a long-term investment that will help us avoid costs actually down the road. I think this is probably the 17th time I've raised it in 5 years. So I guess I had understood that we were kind of stalled and that there wasn't any new funding in here, and I think that's what I had confirmed, but so this work to sort of reassess where we're at and have a plan moving forward, better, more focused plan or whatever moving forward, that's only going to happen in May. Is it the intention then of the department to bring forward a supplementary appropriation to start to complete the territorial program? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't know about a supplementary appropriation. It maybe could be included in the next budget. There is actually quite a bit of work that needs to be done here to make sure that we are taking into account the primary health care reform and the teams that are being created, that we take into account the number of staff who are currently involved in births, who are not midwives, that we look at our sustainability plan, that we continue to budget for a deficit in the health authorities. So there is, it sounds fussy, but there is a lot of work still to be done. And in order to get more information to you about that work, we've committed to updating the 2017 plan by June. We have implemented 5 of 10 recommendations. There are 5 left. And so we want to give you that information to understand what work is still required before we start hiring midwives proper to deliver that service. We don't have questions about the value of the service. That is not a question. The question is how we're going to resource it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. The problem is this is the way to resource it. We're dealing with it right now. And if we don't have any money built in, even in a contingency kind of way, I'm worried it's going to slip again. So that's the dilemma I'm in as a regular MLA. So I'm sure we're going to continue this discussion, but I did want to move on to the stabilization plan for the NTHSSA. And I raised this, with the minister. My mind's kind of fuzzy. It might have been as yesterday. But, and the minister said that the plan was really not a public document, that it was really an operational sort of document. And the offer had been made to us as regular MLAs to get a briefing on it, which I'm happy to accept. But I guess, it's out there in the public that there's a $120 million deficit. And my view is that this is chronic underfunding of the system over many, many years. This is not something that just kind of cropped up in the last 2 or 3 years. And I don't understand the secrecy around this plan and why we wouldn't be able to share parts or all of it with the public to be more transparent and open about how we're going to try to address this as a government. So what's the minister prepared to do to try to make this a more transparent process? And yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. The member is correct. I did say that it's an operational plan. I did say that I would brief the committee, and I did say that it would not be made public as a plan itself. I think that once the plan has been made operational and we have a better understanding of what the cost drivers are and what kinds of changes need to be made, then you will be hearing about those specific changes. So, for example, we just had a conversation about what's a core service and what isn't a core service. I think that that's the kind of conversation that we're going to want to have with the residents of the N.W.T. So that there is an opportunity for input and buy-in to what the work that we're undertaking. But that's what we're offering. It is not secret process. It is the way that the authority is looking at stabilizing its finances, and that's not a public process any more than us having a look at how you manage your family finances is a public process. So, so we need to be able to do that work and then come with the findings and ensure that people understand what those are, what kinds of compromises need to be made. Make no mistake, there will need to be compromises. We cannot continue to increase the deficit at the level that we've been increasing it. We are going to have to make some tough choices here, and there will be unhappy people. I absolutely guarantee it. I'm not happy about that. But in order for us to make the coat out of the cloth we have, we're going to have to cut some things. What is that going to look like? Honestly, I don't know. I want to hear from you about what you think it is going to be. But adding on and adding on and adding on is just simply not in the works. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate what the minister said, but if you want the public to have confidence in what we're doing, we need to open the books a little more, I think. Yeah, this is not about me straightening out my finances. This is about public money, and where difficult decisions have to be made, you know, the public has a right to weigh in about how those decisions are made. So I think we've got to find a way to allow for some public input and greater transparency in the whole effort moving forward. Yeah, I think that's all I've got on this, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to move that the chair rise and report progress. Thank you.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 3, CR 8 and 9-19, bracket 2, MS 77-19, bracket 2, TD 166, 167, 286-19, bracket 2, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Sabacha. All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, February 26, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, return to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Committee Reports 8 and 9, Minister Statement 77, Table Documents 165, 166, 167, 286, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, February 26, 2021 at 10 a.m. Order.